Killer crossover.
Just a crossover.
It is crossed him over. Danced with another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover with not Matt Josh. We have a new combo of person. Nick Josh.
I like that. It hits the ear right.
We had Matt Jake. Now we have Nick Josh, which is very, very exciting.
Good morning, boys.
Now, are you how many different people has Matt had fill in for him in his time on the Midday Show? Can't be many, right?
Michael, Austin,
Yeah.
and Big Swim.
Big Swim.
Here I am.
Welcome back. You thought you could get out of radio. Wrong.
Well, here's what I'll say. Next Saturday, you guys will still be covering a Nebraska football game, and I will not be. So you could say that I still am out of radio.
Until somebody asks you to fill in.
No.
I put you down as a possibility to do Big Red Overreaction.
See, that is something I would absolutely do. You just let me know when, and I will do that.
Okay, that is
You hear
interesting.
that, guys?
That is-
I sent you that email. I was like,
Wait,
you
are
know,
we-
these shows.
Wait, are
he
we-
knows it.
Are we out on Big Red Overreaction?
No, we love Big Red
It's
Overreaction.
in the event that we need someone because things happen,
Sure.
You know,
you would be on a list.
Creighton
problem-
gets sent on a road trip to Hawaii or something, and everyone has to go.
Everybody.
Happer and Schaefer are doing the show from Honolulu.
Yeah,
Which
2
is
o'clock in the
nice.
morning.
That'd be nice. No, I'm very much looking forward to next Saturday to enjoy the football. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Will you be going to the football game just as a person?
Undecided. I have been offered tickets to
course
go
you have.
because
You're Mr.
tickets.
Corporate.
That's not it. It's been no
You are Mr.
corporate people.
now.
I feel corporate.
Troy
I got
Gannon's
to-
been offering people tickets one by one over the last month.
No, he hasn't.
Troy Gannon called
I heard
you?
his interview today. He has not been offering tickets. They've hired an outsourced sales team that's
Totally
been
normal.
We got
Dude,
plenty of tickets sold. Don't worry about it.
And if you look at the way that we consume tickets versus the rest of the world, we're different. That's what he said.
Scan tickets, sold tickets. Who gives a bleep?
You've been corporating all over. I've seen you in corporate retreats all over the country. You've been corporating yourself around.
Where was my corporate retreat?
I don't know.
I guess I was in Chicago 2 days ago for
Yeah?
league meetings.
Yeah. Is
Sounds
that not
corporate.
corporate?
Did you do trust falls?
No, we did not do trust falls.
2 facts and a lie. 2 truths and a lie.
Nope. There
Did
was
you
a
have
lot
to do
of,
an icebreaker though?
We are Team Nebraska. Here's the truth about Team Nebraska.
No, it was great. I got to meet people from like our LA franchise, our San Fran franchise.
Do they meet your stereotypes of what those people would be?
Very much so. The
That's always what's great.
I met the
Yeah.
social media director for the Los Angeles team, and she played. Well, we were all out at a rooftop bar on Tuesday night in Chicago, and we were talking, and she was like, "Yeah, you know,
Corporately.
I played beach volleyball at New Orleans, and my boyfriend is a professional beach volleyball player for the United States." And I'm like, "This
For the United
fits
States.
the entire stereotype."
Nice.
He was like,
So-
I played baseball at Lincoln Bias. They're like,
Yeah.
what's that?
I was like, "Well, do you know about Nebraska football?"
Yeah, that's
no.
pretty much it.
They were like,
Hey, now you
"What's
can
going
talk
on in
about
Nebraska?"
volleyball. People know about volleyball.
I know. The spikes under the lights. How about that?
They were spiking it.
What do you
I-
think of it?
And there were definitely lights.
There were multiple lights.
Yeah. There was one big light.
I think
were
they
there
made the
enough?
lights too big of their
No,
presentation.
Yeah.
The lights, believe it or not, were not the draw for that event.
Yeah, it's weird. There was like some lights, and then there was like so much light coming off of the video board that it felt like the court was one of those LED courts. And
It did. I got a text earlier in the day from a couple of Husker volleyball representatives, and they were catching and throwing touchdowns on the turf.
as you would,
And then they sent me a text from the court and said,
it's
feels,
black.
It feels. They did not say that. Let me make that very clear. They did not say that. They said that it felt like the Big 12 basketball tournament court
That's what I
at
said.
T-Mobile
The
Arena.
LED courts.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So
that they very
I
quickly
forgot that
did away
the
with.
got rid of.
basketball. I forgot that the basketball did LED courts.
But you probably wouldn't then remember that they had to get rid of them immediately.
Now it's all
because
coming
people
back
were
to me.
slipping and
Guys,
falling.
I'm serious. The amount. So Matt texted me last Friday, I think it was. I was impressed by how much notice he gave.
Really?
I was.
He was
Um,
desperate for this day off.
Felt
yeah,
like that was pretty short notice.
I don't know, a week.
Yeah.
That's how us mid 20s.
Pretty good
people
for
do it.
Matt.
Pretty good for
I
Matt.
believe you knew before our bosses, which is interesting.
Josh is a boss.
Have I? Wait.
He's Mr. Corporate.
Nice.
Oh, I've never thought about Josh as Mr.
Corporate Josh.
We can.
What do you
talk
say?
Gotta
about
have some
corporate
benefits,
world.
right?
Is this like corporate Kane?
Yes, I will wear a suit and a mask.
A good question from John on the text line. What in the world does Big Swim do for a living? He is Mr. Corporate for the volleyball team. The Love. The green one.
Corporate partnerships for Love Nebraska, the green one. Soon to they're gonna aggregate me. Soon to not be Love Nebraska, but
What?
under a different name.
The
That I
Stallions.
cannot say yet.
Is it called the Stallions?
It's not called the Stallions.
Dang it. Can we keep guessing mascots?
Yes, you can. You will not get it.
They will have a mascot, though.
There is
Yeah, I don't know if I could say that.
a, a live mascot.
Ooh,
Now it's a live
A
mascot.
live mascot.
Oh, I hope it's not live.
Is it something space themed?
No.
I was going to say astronauts or
Nope.
something like
It
that.
does not. But yeah, that's
Okay.
what we do. We moved on. We moved on from radio
Is
at
it
one
the Omaha
spot.
Ding Ding Men?
No.
Will it still be green?
It will still be green.
All right.
We had a
Aggregate them.
I will be honest. I can say this. We had a great conversation with you know what? Maybe I just hold off. Never mind.
Dang it. We were so close.
We were so close. Shave, I liked filling in with you a lot more than Happer because all Happer tried to do
Yeah, I'm not going to push him.
the entire day was trying to aggregate me. And he's like, let's get Lincoln Arneal to tweet something else out.
Schaefer's
It
so
was
much
so
better of a-
innocent for when it happened. It was just like, well, it's going to be our second segment.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to
like-
introduce you to the Omaha audience. Here's what you're doing now. You're in a job that is of interest to people in Omaha.
Yeah.
So you just go through and you answered some of the questions and some of the things. And then like an hour later, like Lincoln Arneal has it all out there. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess that worked.
But you got that to happen so effortlessly. I was so jealous.
It wasn't
Are
the goal.
you wanting to get aggregated?
I just maybe one day, like
Somebody aggregate Happer.
like
You've never been aggregated?
I will say things that are sort of newsy, but I just don't present them that way.
I've
You
had
know, like-
conversations that I didn't realize were on the air aggregated. I tell you, it's not fun. It was
You
not a great
have.
time.
You have. That is not good. Kind of funny, but not very funny.
What was your aggregated?
Schaefer, do you want to relive that one?
Yeah. Because this is just
Nick,
educational.
Let me tell you.
Oh, we're just doing trauma on the air now? Okay, cool.
We've got 4 hours, Josh.
Let me tell you about a year
It's good.
in 2022.
Scott Frost was the coach.
Okay, what was I doing in 22?
You were hosting
Radio.
radio.
I was hosting radio. I was as
I
a
was,
21-year-old, just freshly turned.
I wasn't far. Now, had the station hadn't moved yet, I think, at this point.
Okay.
Right?
Wait, did this happen on?
No, this happened at broadcast.
Another
House.
Lincoln station.
Whoa.
And
We were all toying with something called
I thought
video.
I thought we went off the air, but it turns out that this show did a cool,
I
fun
do.
thing where on Facebook
Yep.
they never went to break.
Did they not mute the
Certainly,
stream?
Mike,
Certainly you knew
Another-
this, Mike.
University of Nebraska representative who may or may not have had some very close insight to what was happening.
Yep.
Had some conversations about things that had occurred in the 2022 season to that point,
Oh no.
and
I
things that
remember
had
this.
occurred not involving football at all, and things that may or may not have occurred at all for legal
And
standpoint.
things that were very topical in the talkosphere.
I remember this now that you're now that you
wasn't-
say it.
Do you
Was not
remember
a fun,
Michael's
couple
video?
Once you mentioned the piece about how it was not on break on Facebook, that's when it all came back to memory.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Good
So
times.
what? Okay, let me turn it over to you guys. What advice would you have as I'm getting ready to with Josh's much needed help today? What advice would you give?
You already failed. My advice would have been to say no, but
Yeah, I know. Well, it was funny. I told a couple of my bosses earlier this week. I said, hey, just a heads up. I'm not going to be in the office on Friday. And we can work from home if we need to. But I said I'm not going to be in the office on Friday because I'm filling in again on 1620. And they were like, oh, that's great. And I'm like, one of these times it would be okay if you guys said, no, we need you here. Just so then that way I can sit there and tell Matt, hey, look, man, I asked. They're cracking down.
You could lie to us.
No, I don't. Why would I lie? I mean, we can't sit
you're
here.
a great man.
We can sit.
Why would you lie?
We can sit here and act like we hate radio, but we don't. I mean, that's why we're here.
Oh no, I just I like doing radio.
So Frank, here's a hot take. Maybe I did too.
Maybe. Maybe. My thing
I would
is,
imagine the love for radio gets even more intense when you leave the radio, as it did for Michael Severe, who fills in for everything everywhere.
I've told people before. I mean, like as I've now expanded my Omaha connections, these last couple of months, corporate, that they've mentioned. It's actually been in meetings where they've been like, "Hey, I've heard you fill in," and I'll say, "Oh yeah, great. Well, it's allowing me to scratch the itch without having to do it."
You hear that?
That's great.
1620 the zone.
We can help you get mentioned in meetings.
We
Anyway,
are everywhere.
Yeah, Shafe, I interrupted you about.
No, you're good.
Piece.
I was just gonna say I would have been if Happer would have come to me in 2024 and been like, "Hey, I need a couple days off. Would you come up to Omaha and do the midday show for me?" I'd be like, I don't want to. And the reason isn't because I don't like doing radio. I absolutely love to hear the sound of my own voice.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually not true, but I would be so intimidated of doing a solo show.
Oh.
Because there would be times where he would have to be gone when I did the recruiting hour, and that would be
That's
1
right.
hour.
Yeah.
And I would desperately be looking for either you or Sorensen, or, I would turn to Rico if it was necessary, because I need someone to and that's 1 hour.
So what happened? What ended up happening when I was doing that show is a combination of things. So you combine the pool of fill-ins not being very deep with just people who I would think could do it.
Sure.
Combine that with my threshold for quality. The pool was very shallow, very, very shallow.
You never asked me to fill in on the ticket. So that tells me a lot. Thank you.
Well, you were already doing another show or something, weren't you?
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
I don't know. My first ever time on the air, for an entire show, was when you did The Drive, which is such a radio show name.
I loved the name of that show.
That's what my show was when I left.
I always wanted to name that show that.
But anyway, you did it from 3 to 6, and I just remember talking about Giannis one day on the in the NBA, which brutal. Wow. I think it was July radio.
Cover your ears, Joey. He hated Giannis. But anyway, so you combine that with that, and it turned into a situation where either I wasn't gone very much, or I just asked Josh to do the entire 4 hours because people knew him, and I knew that he would do a good job, and that was a lot for Josh. And then when I had to take paternity leave, or when I did take paternity leave, we found Austin. And that's when Austin came into the conversation. He entered the chat.
Austin and I, it's going to be really interesting today because Austin's joining the show.
He's in a different chat.
Yeah. Austin's joining the show at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, 1 o'clock. I have the rundown. At 1 o'clock. And anyway, I've never had a conversation longer than maybe 5 minutes with Austin. So we're gonna lean into that bit a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Austin's got a lot of stuff to say.
It's kind of been just in passing. I mean, I see his bits on Twitter about the whole Western Nebraska thing and stuff, but
it's a good bit.
Is it?
It's a bit he's living right now. He's coming to us live from Kearney today.
That's right. I saw him doing a show from an unfinished basement in Kearney.
That'll be part of the conversation. BC will join us. You guys said
I love BC.
You guys said that I should have gotten more guests. And Josh, full transparency. I didn't know how much ownership I could just come in and wipe away.
As long as you talk until 2 o'clock, you can do pretty much whatever you want.
Well, I didn't want to be that guy.
If you'd like to do a roster breakdown, for Love Nebraska, by all means.
there was conversations internally in my mind, and not internally with our front office. I'm like, maybe I should just get Booth on the air.
Grab a guest from the Elephants.
Yeah, do it.
Whatever.
That is not the name.
Dang it.
Man, I'm like struggling to come up with what would be like an Omaha, like a tie to Omaha.
People forget. But here's the thing. Here's what you have to remember, Shafe. We are trying to be, we are not
Nebraska.
trying. We are trying. We are efforting to be Love Nebraska. Nebraska's team.
People forget.
The Love Nebraska Green Knights.
No.
Do you want to keep green so you don't go with the Gold Knights? Okay.
Is it 2 words?
Love Nebraska?
No. No, like, like minor league baseball teams will always have like 2 words now, like
Storm Chasers.
Yard Goats.
Yeah.
Tin Caps.
Yeah. The broken something.
No.
Potholes.
We'll find out.
I guess we will.
You
You could have Kirsten on, and then maybe
I
guys can
should
break the news together on this very show today.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you want to announce the news on Happer and Schaefer? Can we set that up?
I would actually love. We can set this up, and here I am inviting myself into your guys' space.
Please.
I think you guys should have Kirsten and somebody more important than me on the air when we do it.
Yes.
Deal.
Done.
Do we need a handshake on it? or anything?
Blindly, yes.
We had to think real long. Yeah, we're in.
You guys might get aggregated.
That would
He
be
wants
great.
it.
That's what I'm
we
saying.
want.
You'll get tagged on Twitter. I'm
We
sure.
should invite Lincoln
Lincoln-
O'Neill to sit here to type
No,
it out.
That's
in front
fake.
of
That's
us.
fake. No. We need to be listening from a remote location and just randomly pop up.
I'm down.
Yeah, we're very much interested.
Point blank.
Maybe you guys should do a first serve at a match. Would you be interested in doing the first serve?
It would be so bad.
Does somebody have to return it?
No.
Okay.
No.
That would be amazing.
He first serves to
You
me.
serve to me, I serve it back to you.
Okay.
Everyone in the audience
Now we're
booths.
working on something.
Can I go underhand?
I mean, you can, but I think as the MC in this role, you will not have the microphone. I would
good.
boo you.
Yeah, that's fine. I get that. That's good style, by the way. I love that.
Thank you.
I love
Have you
making
ever
fun of the
considered,
contestants.
Yes.
Has there been any internal discussion about a potential big smile night?
No, we are actually planning out our theme nights. So I mean, like big part of league meetings this week, guys, was learning about what our league deals are,
Love it.
who we're working with, and stuff. And then
Are there any part-time promotions jobs available that I can put my creative energy to
Shafe?
random things?
You know his chops in making up ideas.
That's what I'm saying. I'm. If you're interested,
I am interested.
in at least giving some feedback.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're in.
You don't need a focus group. I can be the group.
As somebody
I
that's been
cannot
there,
focus, but I can be the group.
one of his best ideas ever was lunch.
I have been texted. I have been texted by members
No,
of our front
luncheon.
office.
Uh-huh.
They can do the first serve, but if they do it, it'll have to be returned by the other person.
See, that's what
This
my
is gonna
question
be
was.
a-
Also, Schaefer is hired. That's what I've heard.
Nice. New job. Not podcasting. See?
Well, podcasting's not a job, right?
It's not a job.
People forget.
No.
All right, this is good. This has been very
I just
productive.
got a job.
This is. I'll say this as a full disclaimer. Josh, you're gonna have to bear with me quite a bit today. I don't know when like the opens end and when it's time to talk.
I'll tell you when to shut up.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, like
It's Happer and Schaefer, and you guys like let your entire open finish out.
yeah,
And then just open?
You'll know. You'll know. Matt's got his open.
What if
There's
I
a bunch of
told you-
Chicago drops in
Are you
there.
gonna play the salsa music for him at some point?
Well, he has to be right about something first.
Were you right about anything?
What can I be right about?
Pete Crow Armstrong saying that was a balk.
It was a balk. That's going to be in our balls segment at 1:20.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about the balls. The balls segment.
People forget.
Yeah, you'll figure. You'll know how. You know how to do this.
I actually have a text out to Jalen right now to see if he can join the show.
He was the holder of a big check.
Yeah, I know.
last night.
He sent me a picture and he said, "Don't let me out in Vegas."
That's what I'm saying.
These novelty checks are awesome.
They are great.
I still
They're
have mine
great.
from 529 where Happer called my son's thrilling victory in a baby crawl race.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
That was an awesome
Okay,
time.
here I know we got to get out for Shafe here.
Roasted.
But what is the best in-match promotion? Because here's the thing. I'm a big fan of the speed dating.
What's that? What do you mean?
So you pick two contestants. Normally they're people my age,
okay, I have seen
right? Like the Seattle Mariners do it really well.
Yeah.
I'm a massive fan of the speed dating. The Royals did it when I was there a couple weeks ago.
That's a good idea.
So what? So I don't actually know that.
You put you split the screen in half.
Yep.
And you put a person up with another person, and they're basically like thumbs up, thumbs down. It's basically like hot or
and
not.
it's like so it's basically like one side has yes or the other side of your paddle has no. And like the MC, so Happer or myself in this case would be like, have you ever ghosted somebody? And they'd be like, yes, no. And so you ask like 3 questions, and then the last question is, would you like to go on a date with the other person?
What do you think?
I mean, it gets real awkward if and most of the time the woman is the one that says no.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, do they have to agree 3 times before getting to the final question?
No.
Okay.
It's just to learn information.
Okay.
It was really interesting
Now,
that the
could
Royals
you do it where it's set up that the 2 people that if they agree, they get moved into better seats for the rest of the match?
Oh.
You have your like speed dating seats, and if these people agree, then you get to see what the rest of their date is like as they're sitting down.
Here's the idea, Chubbs.
I like that.
This is the idea, guys.
This is good.
I
see because
I already got the job, and now I'm just pitching.
I'll be honest. Like we have been talking internally about ideas, but we need somebody to kind of take it to the next level. How can we expand and make it better?
I want
think
it
we found
so
out.
bad.
Mike Schaefer could really actually.
Yeah,
do
it'd be
this.
great. Okay, all right, Schaefer, I'll bring you in on a Zoom call. I mean, 30 minutes is all we need.
He's got
Great.
ideas.
I've got time.
This is going to be
He
great.
has so many ideas.
You're not doing podcasts?
I have time after 1 o'clock.
I like this. I do like the speed dating thing though.
That's a good one.
I've been seeing it.
I'm a big fan of speed dating.
I don't know if there's only you have to have the right crowd to do it.
Yeah, that's part of it. The volleyball.
You'll have to teach people the thing.
Is it a young? No, it's old.
I wouldn't say it's old.
They're geriatric.
I would say it. I wouldn't go that far.
It's Jello night.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would think that our this is a diplomatic coach speak answer.
Okay.
It ranges from all age levels. I mean, no, it's family. So it's like we're gonna have to find.
Okay.
If we wanted to
Volleyball
be.
touches all demographics because volleyball is for everyone.
I've been hearing this.
See, that's what everybody says.
I heard that from the announcers on the
Here-
Spikes Lights.
So
last night.
here is
You did not like those announcers.
I am hesitant to say this on air because I don't want people to steal this idea, but we might have an avenue to where 1620 could be involved in a theme night.
Oh,
yeah, we love
very
that.
very sports related.
Anything that has to do with us being at a place doing something
for attention.
We're in.
Here,
That's what it's usually always about.
all right. I'll tell you guys. Maybe I should say it off air then. It'd be great.
Quite the tease.
Okay.
I
Well,
do
you were already in for the serve thing, so
Okay, well, it could be
that's
somewhat that night. Perfect. Anyway, I know. I mean, part of the show today maybe can be what's your favorite theme nights? Let's hear it from the listeners. I don't know how often, Josh, does Matt like include the text line in the show?
Often people love to
pretty
text
often.
them.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because we are very pro text line.
got to get the interaction.
Yeah.
You got to get the interaction. Folks, interact with young Nick.
Well, I don't know what the record of calls is on a Middays with Matt show, but I want to break it.
I
And I
want to
make
do
a
my
big
part
deal.
in promoting you to break that record. I don't know what it is. It's probably high. He says a lot of things that cause people to react. That's what you have to to be able to.
I wonder what the
achieve.
all-time record for midday show call-ins would be.
This is where we just need stats that are just out there.
I
by all
know.
fans.
I mean, there was a couple, Josh.
It
where-
had to be a Monday where
Yeah.
Nebraska did something stupid
and you
over
know
the
how
weekend.
you've done this.
that
Like,
hasn't happened that often.
you know how calls work. Once like 2 people call in,
Yeah, that's
there's
what I'm
like
saying.
9 people who call
Hey,
in.
this is Lance. Doug's an idiot. I completely disagree. Thanks for taking my call.
That's the way.
Yeah,
it works.
I don't need substance. Like I would love if somebody called in. Maybe this is a segment today. And we, Josh, as I'm thinking on the fly, people call in, and I want to know what you're doing this weekend.
What are you doing this week?
I tried to interview people about their job on air, and we got a what?
Usher from at Werner Park.
Yeah. It was great.
Ushers at Warner Park are phenomenal.
Schaefer has a really weird interest in what people do for their jobs.
I like to know about their processes and what
Nice.
they do. I always want to know what someone does.
Yeah.
I meet someone for the first time. I always want to know what their job is.
And he really
Yeah.
does mean that too. It's not just like, oh, I want to know, like, what do you do for
No.
work? He's like, no, what do you do for work? I want to know what you do. He has like 6 follow-up questions every time.
Oh, I know.
And he
I was on the
remembers,
receiving
too.
end on it. I felt very, very flattered.
He always remembers stuff. I'm amazed. He's Mike Schaefer, man. He's got
Your memory
ideas.
not very good.
He's got like conversations like that. Like, I'm meeting you for the first time. What do you do? Absolutely not.
Okay. Happer superficial, surface level.
No, well, in that case, probably. Yeah.
He has to process more information than I do.
Like, I meet more people.
How?
Well, you're constantly having to do more reads, more ads. You do the stuff with the Creighton, like you're like it's constant. I don't have
There's
to
a
do
lot
that much.
going, there's a lot going on. Yeah.
When
I don't
is
have
your
that.
dead time? Like, is now?
We just got out of it. It's
He
over.
got 2 days of dead time and he's back now.
It just ended.
And he wasn't sure if he maximized them, and he also felt like he did too much. It was
Wait,
amazing.
did you take days off? Is that kind of like a thing for you guys? Is take a day off before football season?
I try like
It became a thing this year.
ideally it was like I wanted to take some time off during the summer.
Sure.
Everybody kind of takes their turn, I suppose. And then it just got late, and I was like, "Yep, a couple days."
I will say this: corporate unlimited PTO,
Pretty
not
good.
bad, not a bad situation.
Corporate Nick. That way you could go get paid to do other things,
Yeah.
like host radio shows,
like radio?
I guess so.
and doing so well. By the way, I'm excited to listen.
Yeah, this will be a great show.
Great job.
We often hear that it's going to be a great show today, and this time I believe it.
Yeah. Who's going to show up for your musical guest?
Do we have a? Oh,
That's what Matt does.
He always does the thing from SNL. We have a great show for you tonight. Lainey Wilson's here.
Although it's been hit or miss lately.
That's
On
because
him
we've
doing
told him
that.
that he's overdone the great show thing.
really? Okay, so like,
We're
does
in
he
his
do that
head.
at the beginning of the
We
show?
are too much in his head.
Oh yeah.
See, Josh, are you a big movie guy?
Yes.
Okay, this is where you and I might differ a little bit.
He's a huge movie.
I've
guy.
never worked with a movie guy, so
Oh, okay.
I can adapt.
Nick is even more.
kind of sad.
Nick is even less than a movie guy than me.
Whoa.
He says, in fact, the only movie that exists is Ocean's 11.
No, it's the only movie that exists that's worth watching.
Okay.
Aggregate that.
I
I had a friend who had a similar opinion, but the movie was Home Alone.
okay, well that's stupid. That's just too far.
He was like, all movies are a waste of time except I love Home Alone. And
Like,
no one
no.
understood it.
You know what I did? So I was flying back from Chicago on Wednesday, and I was thinking, oh man, I have an hour flight, and I was like, I'm gonna watch Peaky Blinders because it's an hour episode.
And you were disgusted.
It was a great episode, and I'm excited. I'm flying to Chicago next week for Husker volleyball, big volleyball guy,
Mhm.
and so I'm going to go to that game at Wrigley. You know, it's my two worlds
Big
colliding.
Wrigley guy.
It's my two worlds colliding. The Cubs where they play, and
That's
Husker
cool.
volleyball, and
You're going to watch episode 2?
I'm going to watch season 4, episode 2. I'm into it.
Okay.
I could tell you all about whatever. So
I've never watched Peaky Blinders. It's one of
Oh,
those
it's
shows I've never
good.
started.
it's very good.
All right. Nice.
Are you out on it? Have you seen it?
I haven't watched it. I'm not neither out on it nor in on it.
He'll never be in on it.
Cool. Well, thanks, guys.
Enjoy.
Have
Do,
a
do I
great
close
show
this
today.
out?
Yeah, you say we'll be back and start things.
Okay,
next.
we'll be back and we'll start things next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're going to hurt some people. Whose car are we going to take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620.
It is Middays with Matt. However, Matt McMaster not here today. Nick Senhert filling in for Matt for the first time ever. Might be the last time ever. And we're excited as always. Appreciate you guys tuning in wherever you may be. And we're going to have a lot of fun today on a Friday, a very good Friday show. Got a lot of exciting stuff planned. Nebraska volleyball spikes under the lights. The lights, according to DBK, a lot brighter than they were earlier in the day. It's going to be a good day. Josh is joining me as always as well. Josh is going to be the real star of the show here. Good morning, Josh.
Whoa, hi. Okay, yeah. Whatever you need. I'm your Huckleberry.
Does Matt? I mean, Matt includes you, right?
Yes, he does.
Okay, good. I mean, that's part of it. I do have access to the text line, and I see the phone number 402-951-1620.
Nailed it.
You can also call in that same number on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Once again, 951-1620. We're gonna. I really hope that we do not go down the rabbit hole of and me accidentally saying the incorrect number. A lot of things in radio, Josh, as you know, are a habit, and we'll get into kind of who I am, where I came from in the next couple of minutes. But you do radio for 5.5, 6 years, like I did up until about a month and a half ago, and you get so accustomed to saying the same thing, repetitive, and you almost say it without even thinking about it. I knew our station's number better than I knew my own personal phone number. And anyway, I would imagine that at some point today I start to slip up. Hopefully I catch myself in time. Josh, let's start here. You got any good weekend plans coming up this weekend?
Well, first football game for Iowa Western. I'll be out there doing stats for them in the broadcast booth, and hope to defend their national championship by going 1-0 this week.
It is an exciting weekend. We have college football back tomorrow in Division I as well.
Yes.
I almost went to. It's funny. So I almost went to Iowa Western. To play baseball. Mark Rardin was the head coach at Iowa Western before he left for Western Kentucky.
That's right. Look at you, ball knower.
Yeah, somewhat. That's my time frame. I was getting ready to go to Iowa Western, and then we had some things happen where we found out 2 weeks before the school year started that credits in sports broadcasting did not transfer over to a 4-year institution. And so I was like, well, wait a minute. Why would I go when I know I'm probably going to want to go to school for 4 years?
Well,
so then,
with a degree from Iowa Western, you're set for life. You don't need one of those fancy schmancy 4-year degrees.
do they still have the Reaver?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so the Reaver. Anyway, so I remember that quite a bit. I think my tab is unmuted or my laptop camera or volume is up. There we go. Anyway, so was going to go to Iowa Western. Then it was like 2 weeks before school year started. I found that out, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go to Nebraska. So I went to Nebraska, and I worked with I know friend of the program, friend of the station, Kevin Kugler, for a little bit on Fox with
Hall
him
of
and
Famer.
That's right, him and Matt Millen. And so did that, and I thought, okay, maybe this is where I'm supposed to be, and then started doing radio like a sophomore year in college. So anyway, for those that don't know about me, I don't necessarily want to go down this rabbit hole. For those that don't know about me, I filled in now, I think this is my 4th or 5th time on the Zone already in the last about month and a half or so, and it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed reconnecting with Happer and Schaefer, both formerly coworkers of mine at a radio station in Lincoln. And it's been a lot of fun to meet, Joey and now Josh. Josh is our first show that we get to do together.
Exciting.
So yeah, it is exciting. So did that for 5.5 years. Sat there and I thought, okay, you know what? One of the things that I did, Happer and I have a very complex history. Interestingly enough, I job shadowed Happer back when I was 16. and Happer was, fresher into the radio world. I job shouted Happer, and I thought, okay, yeah, I think this is something I want to do. And we just kind of stayed in touch. And then I ended up getting a job at the Ticket when Happer was working there. And I mean, so on and so forth, the way, things happen. And then Happer ends up leaving. He tells me about, hey, Nick, you should consider being an on-field MC for the Omaha Storm Chasers. And I was like, all right, maybe I'll do that. Branch out a little bit. And so at like 22 years old, I started doing that. I still do that periodically, especially now that Happer does not do that very often because he's a busy guy with Creighton. And so did that. And then that kind of weaved into, I was the in-arena host for, if you heard the crossover there, Love Nebraska last year. And team Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson. We play our matches at Baxter Arena. So I did that last year. And then I kind of thought, you know what, maybe it's time for a little bit of a change. I've been doing sports radio for 6 years-ish or so. And I thought, all right, maybe it's time for a change. And so a lot of Creighton fans, a lot of volleyball fans will know the name Kirsten Bernthal Booth, just a superstar in the world of coaching volleyball. And as through conversations, reached out. I said, hey, is there any opportunities to join the front office? And there were. And so went through interviews, went through the process. And I think it was like middle of June sometime. June 17th, I think was the day, was my first day at as a member of the front office of Love Nebraska Volleyball and Corporate Partnerships. So I do that. Still going to do the MC and stuff. So if you show up at a game, you'll hear me, you'll see me. And now that I don't do sports radio full time, I'm Happer and Schaefer, and now Matt's fill-in. So there's a little bit of background on me. Naturally, you guys will find out. I like to have a lot of fun. I like to enjoy these shows. We're not going to take it serious, but not too serious. I like to hear your guys' thoughts throughout the show. So this is where I want you guys to come in. Once again, 402-951-1620. Once again, 951-1620. As we go through this, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on everything we talk about. We'll go through the rundown in just a moment. But any random stuff. I'm still learning Omaha in full transparency, and I know that might be a thing that I get knocked for.
Oh, great. Another transplant.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I am considering, I'm in the process of considering whether or not West Omaha or the Gretna area, if you want to consider that area, is my future home for me. And I live in Lincoln right now currently. I have my entire life. I don't hate the idea of broadening the horizons a little bit. I don't want to know if I want to go as far north as like the Bennington area, but our practice facility is out by the giant Hy-Vee in Gretna. So I was thinking, for multiple reasons, maybe we go out and live out there. I don't know. So let me know if you have, just as I learn Omaha, I like to know. The construction, I heard, is a big deal in Lincoln. It's a big deal in Nebraska, obviously.
We do a lot of it, yeah.
So anyway, once again, 951-1620, literally any random thing. You're going to probably find out that I get sidetracked often. So Josh, bear with me. I ask for your forgiveness ahead of any mistakes I make.
This all sounds like good stuff to me.
Yeah, good. We start off here. Let's see. 2521 chimes in, says, do you have any Chicago pizza recommendations? Now, funny enough, I've been to Chicago many more times in the last calendar year than I have my entire life. Diehard Chicago Cubs fan. The very common story of waking up or growing up, I should say, watching them on WGN. Fell in love with the teams that featured Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez and Ryan Terriot and Kosuke Fukudome, Giovanni Soto, Starlin Castro's rookie year, Cliff Lee, Ted Lilly, those guys. Those are the teams I fell in love with, the bad Chicago Cubs teams. And so these last couple of years, I tried not to be an annoying Cubs fan, but in the baseball segment later in the show, I might let it slip through a little bit. But nonetheless, I think that when we, look at the Chicago Cubs, I've been to Chicago. I was at Game 3 for the divisional series against the Milwaukee Brewers last year.
Whoa.
That was fun. Michael Busch hit a home run I'd say about 10 yards away from me. It was pretty sick. I just got back from Chicago 2 weeks ago. Went to a couple Cubs-Yankees games. And then on top of that, I went to Chicago. I just got back on Wednesday from league meetings for our our league, if you will. So did that with our front office. And then I get to go back next week for Husker volleyball. So this all goes back to the text. Do I have any Chicago pizza recommendations? I say this. I tried Paisans for the first time on Tuesday night. I think it was out there. It was good.
Okay.
I tried the piece of pizza. It was fine. I went to, I'm trying to think of the name when I was there for Giordano's. I went to Giordano's when I was there a couple of weeks ago for Cubs Yankees, just outside of Wrigleyville. There's a Giordano's. It was kind of a mess though, because Lollapalooza was going on at the same time. And we did not know that when we booked the trip, my buddies and I did not know that Lollapalooza was going to go on. If you don't know what Lollapalooza is, it's this giant music festival. I mean, just absurd amount of people. We were able to stay, and like it was as we were going through the process of booking our Airbnb, we were like, hey, we're staying just outside of Wrigleyville, like walking distance to the stadium. We're like, hey, look, if you're going to raise the price on us because now they just announced Lollapalooza's here, like you got to let us know now. And thankfully, we found an Airbnb host that was like, no, we're gonna keep the price locked in. You guys got a place to stay. So we got really, really lucky. But went to Giordano's, and it was good. It was fine. But let me tell you, nothing has compared to when I was out there in Evanston, Illinois for Nebraska Northwestern men's basketball this last January. And this was the time that I tried Lou Malnati's.
Sure. Yeah.
And I have not found a deep dish better than Lou Malnati's. And so that's where I land is in terms of Chicago pizza recommendations, Lou Malnati's. The other ones are good. And I'm sure a lot of them are a similar recipe. Maybe that's a crime. I'm not a Chicago guy by any means. Like I'm not Matt. So, but that's kind of where I land on the Chicago pizza recommendations. Going through the text line. Here we go. Dan says this.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, Nick, it sounds like you're in volleyball. I've always been kind of curious, but not interested enough to go. Can you sell me on volleyball? 1620 got me really into Creighton baseball, and I would like to open up my sports brain. Sure. I think, okay. I mean, I like to be upfront and transparent with everybody. Like there's 2 leagues, right? Like there's 2 leagues in Omaha. There's 2 leagues in the country. We don't want it to end in one being dead and one being alive. Like we don't want that from at least our standpoint. I can't speak for the other organizations. Like that's how we feel. We want volleyball to win. I think you watch, this is part of the conversation later in the show, so I won't dive too deep into it, Dan, but I appreciate the question. That I think right now, as we wait for college football to really start next week in week 1, I mean, just from a TV window opportunity and from a broadcast standpoint, I'm kind of weaving college volleyball into this conversation a little bit, and maybe that's not what you were entirely asking. But in these first like 2 or 3 weeks where there's volleyball going on, I think it's ultra important for the sport to take advantage of their opportunity. And what I mean by that is playing games on TNT like Spikes Under the Lights did last night. I think that's great. Like, sure, in person, I heard from my fellow, media friends that maybe the experiences for them weren't as great. I'm pretty close with a couple of the people on Nebraska volleyball staff, and they, said some things about the events that it could be improved. I think they overall, the general consensus was that it was a really, really fun and unique event. I also think it is important, and I'm not going to sit here on an Omaha sports radio station and try to be like this Husker homer. I do think, though, that it was really spearheaded and started by, sure, Nebraska was the venue. Nebraska football stadium was the venue for Volleyball Day in Nebraska a couple of years ago. But I think every team that participated in that event, I think it matters. Nebraska is the one that gets the most publicity, obviously. I think if you're asking me to sell you on volleyball, I mean, I can speak for like what we're going to have on our team coming up this year. Sure, like Nebraska volleyball is great, but for Love Nebraska, which by the way, this upcoming season will have an actual name. It will not be League One Volleyball Nebraska. Is that,
and you're not prepared to tell us?
I cannot.
Today.
No. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if my bosses and the powers that be are listening. But or frankly our marketing team that is in charge of all that. I would imagine that they're if they are listening in the office right now, they are sitting at the desk freaking out, hoping that I do not mention anything about it. So I better keep my lips sealed on this.
Maybe get a graphic ready just in case.
No, I don't think we're prepared to.
Okay.
We are not prepared for graphics. But no, I think that like this upcoming season, we have a league that has one in our five players are an Olympian. Like Jordan Larson's coming back this season. We have a team that features Jordan Larson, Lexi Rodriguez, Lindsey Krause, Rebecca Alec, and now you don't know what happens with the 5-for-5 rule, right? You don't know what happens. We have. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. Like we don't know what's going to happen with 5-for-5 rule. There's opportunities for college players to turn pro and join our league. There's opportunities for those college players to return back to their schools for a 5th year. So I think there's opportunities. It's been really exciting. Funny enough, Nebraska basketball announced, Josh, that they're playing in that Big Iron Event Center out in Grand Island this year. They're playing against Kansas State. Great venue. Our team, Love Nebraska, played in an event. We hosted a match last year, sold out Big Iron Event Center in Grand Island. And so we are excited for what that means for the future. But just places like that. So, pave the way. So if I sell you on volleyball, I mean that the talent is there. We know what Nebraska looks like. And hopefully the segment later in the show. Radio tease, segment tease, Dan. You got to hang on. Dan, we will try to sell you on it later. But also, I told Schaefer on the first day I actually filled in. I told Schaefer, he was asking me about my job. It was funny on the crossover there. The Happer was telling me that Schaefer, asked people about their jobs and what they do for a living. Schaefer was asking me about it. And I was like, I'm not trying to make this. I'm not trying to get on these airwaves and make this a giant infomercial, trying to make it one-sided about what I do now. And so that's what I was making sure of. I am getting messages from our front office talking about, I got an in all caps, "Don't you dare," from our director of communications. So Josh, I would imagine that they do not have graphics ready and they are not ready to announce it.
You're gonna take that. I mean, you're gonna let them talk to you like that?
I am.
You're your own man.
I am, but this is not my role. My role is going out and seeing and meeting with the wonderful people of Nebraska and saying, hey, you should work with us. You should give dinero. Do you have money to spend? Because we have places you can spend it. And it's been a lot of fun. I will say, there's a lot of really, we've signed. I just got notice that we signed with another great partner this morning, and we're just, keep on knocking on doors and breaking bridges. Breaking dishes is what Rihanna says in that song. Once again, 951-1620. A couple of things that we're going to talk about on the show today. So that's basically why I'm here. Matt texted me last Friday, said I want one day off before next Friday, before the football season. Can you fill in on Friday? I said, sure. With approval from my front office. And they said, yes. So we're going to talk, we'll just dive into a lot of stuff today. It's weird being on this side. I'll say this again. It's been weird being on this side. Normally I'm accustomed the last 6 years of my life going to press conferences and talking to the coaches and stuff and getting ready for what we call Nebraska football season and 3 weeks of not being able to make any sort of judgment rightfully on these first 3 opponents. But I don't have to do that this year unless, I fill in. But I don't see that coming because now it's the time for all the media folks to hunker down and get ready to talk Nebraska, Ohio. So we'll dive into that today. I do want to get to a couple of things that it was actually come at a real fortuitous time that Matt asked me to fill in, because there's been a couple of things in the news that have really ruffled the feathers of one Nick Senhert. I'd be curious. I was reading an article yesterday by the USA Today about transfer quarterbacks in the Big Ten Conference. And it goes back to the question of how much did Nebraska level up in quarterback play? I kind of want to talk Calandria on a deeper level later today. Also, what does this all mean for TJ Lateef? He's still in the room, and Daniel Kalen and so on and so forth have some statistics and numbers that I kind of want to specifically mention tomorrow. I loved when I would host a show every day. I would love to pick games weekly, just like every other sports radio show. I turned on 1620 on my way in this morning, and Happer and Schaefer were picking games. So like every sports radio host, we love to pick games. However, I'm not going to be here Monday, so we can't really pick games. But I mean, obviously, like TCU, North Carolina, and Ireland is really, really funky. Hawaii travels to Stanford if you're a degenerate on the betting worlds. You have a 9 p.m. kickoff between Memphis and UNLV, so we'll dive into that a little bit. I also go into the list of punishments for SEC, LSU. We know the Big 10 and the Big 12 took a stand earlier this week. BC of Husker 24/7 is going to join us at 11:20. Some of the other conversations I want to get to, and this will kind of stem and hopefully branch off of that conversation with BC, is who are some of the guys that Nebraska is just waiting on to develop? And with that, I mean, it feels like you can go a lot longer in that conversation on the defensive side of the ball, but it's more so of like some of the bigger names, sure. But I keep hearing, and it's really, really unique from the differences of things, the different things I hear from, frankly, being in the media and covering this team on a consistent basis to now, the 2 months I haven't been, the different angles and opinions that you hear that are maybe louder than others. And one of the biggest stats that I've heard straight from Matt Rule's mouth this offseason, and especially these last couple of weeks, has been that 83% of their roster returned, which is an absurd number.
High.
Yeah. However, what goes with a veteran team? Winning. There's this common and consistent belief that if you have a veteran team in any sport, basketball, football, baseball, you have an experienced arm on the mound, it doesn't matter. You win. It's once again, it's just like setting yourself up for what we expect to happen this season. I don't know if we expect a ton of winning. So I think, that's one avenue I want to go down with not only BC, but also with you guys. 951-1620. Last but certainly not least, we'll talk a little MLB baseball or Major League Baseball. I think it's okay to say this on the air. Shohei Ohtani does not need to win the MVP for Major League Baseball to be in a good spot. I have some feelings on that. Austin Jacobsen will join us as well, and then we'll dive into Nebraska volleyball playing in Spikes Under the Lights. We might have a surprise guest here or there.
Well,
I know, Josh. Don't worry. I'll give you notice. I'm efforting to get Jalen Reyes on the show, but I know that they are in air. They are in flight to Vegas right now because they have a big weekend. The traveling. I don't know what to call them other than like a traveling circus because their show is not the circus. So I want to make that very clear. But what they're doing over the next week and a half is just bizarre. Dallas to Vegas to South Dakota to Chicago in like a 10-day span. That's right. Where should they play next? We'll dive into all that. Once again, 951-1620. You can reach out to us. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I'm reading the signs on the wall right now. The Zone Twitter feed is powered by Liquid Trucking as well.
This guy gets it.
Yep. Radio guy. I know how important reads are. If you want to follow any of us on Twitter, I'll always follow the 1620 The Zone platforms. But if you want to know what I look like and you're not watching on our video feed, Nick _Senhert is where you can go to follow that. I don't tweet as much anymore now that we're out of the game, but maybe. I pull up Twitter. Cubs activate Matt Shaw from the injured list after rehab. That should make them good. All right, let's get to break. When we come back, we'll dive into to some of the Husker football stuff. Once again, want to hear from you guys. We are efforting to break the all-time record of calls on the Midday show. It's probably not going to happen. I don't need it to be a call full of substance. I just want to hear what you're going to do this weekend. That's as simple as that. If you feel like calling in, talking to Josh and myself, feel free to do so. I don't know what number of calls we need to break the record. It might be very embarrassing if we get 0 calls all day, all show long today. Anyway, you're listening to Middays with Matt. Nick Senhert filling in for Matt. Josh is with us as always here on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome to 1620 The Zone's Readout Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust. At UBT, people don't have your money has people. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Welcome back in. It's Middays with Matt. No Matt McMaster today. There's a very good chance that I mess up that name, so hopefully I don't. Call me out on it if I do. Nick Senhert filling in for Matt. If you didn't hear the spiel of who I am, why I'm here, and why you should listen, feel free to check it out on the podcasts. Help me out with that.
Radio replay, 1620thezone.com.
Thank you. Still learning there. I'm looking at the graphics here. Readout Week. And I just heard it on our voiceover guy. Readout Week. Josh, on a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are you for Husker football next Saturday? And all that comes with it for you.
I am ready for a game to take place. Will we learn anything from that game? No.
That's the part that sucks.
Yeah. Will we fight for another 2 months about whether this team is good or not? Yes, we will. I don't look forward to that.
Are you I am not looking forward to. I was listening to Troy Dannon's a replay of him on Sports Nightly earlier this week because we don't get to hear from Matt Rule this week. We heard from the head coach last Saturday. I think the next time that the media gets to hear from him is Monday. So kind of keeping things buttoned up, if you will. Don't want to talk about position battles. I think we got to hear from some assistants, but nonetheless, it's one of those things that for Nebraska football fans, these first 3 weeks are going to be, we've seen it before, right? Like we've seen it in the past, even like last year. The Cincinnati win, as somebody that was down in KC, you didn't really know what to take from it specifically. I still stand there as somebody that frankly was up in the press box at Arrowhead that game, and watching Brendan Sorsby carve up John Butler's defense in the final drive. I walked away, and I remember joining the post-game show for the station that I was working for. I remember joining that show and being like, guys, we're fortunate that that Cincinnati didn't have timeouts remaining. But a win is a win, and Nebraska was 1-0 leaving Arrowhead. But I think like this year is going to be worse than it was last year after Houston Christian. Simply because it's 3 consecutive weeks again of not being able to gather any real information. And I stand on a soapbox, and I think college football is heading this way. I stand on the soapbox of every team needs to play a power conference opponent early in the season in your non-conference slate. I would imagine that as we get towards the 2014 playoff and I think that it's going to be hard to supplement money-wise for those FCS schools and for the group of 5 schools, if you will. We saw that, the SEC is now transitioning to the 9-game conference model, and where the SEC before was not playing 9, but they did require every school to play a power conference opponent in their non-conference slate. Now they're doing both, and that's where the Big Ten kind of lost a little bit of their weight in that conversation. But I think, we're going to get to a point in the next couple of seasons where we do see a world where the Big Ten requires that. And so, Nebraska has matchups scheduled in the late 2000s or 2020s with, Oklahoma, I know, is on the list. Tennessee was supposed to be on the list. Troy Dannon mentioned something about a potential SEC spot in the 2030s. Great. I also don't know. We don't know what the outlook of college football is going to be. We also don't know what it's going to look like schedule-wise. So, you take it with a grain of salt, everything they say. But you look at this year, and you have, the matchups against Ohio, Bowling Green, and North Dakota. And Nebraska will be 3-0. God hope they're 3-0. They should be 3-0.
They better be.
Things were really uncomfortable. Josh, I don't know I'm sure you guys have talked about it, maybe not in a while, but things were uncomfortable towards the end of the year last year. It was uncomfortable for fans because they saw a team that was getting their teeth kicked in, physically on the field. But in Vegas, it was really uncomfortable. I remember standing on the sideline watching Nebraska and Utah warm up. And I kept on thinking to myself, like, these two sides don't even look similar in body size. And one thing that I say when I tell a lot of people about like Big Ten Media Days, and for those that travel to Big Ten Media Days and are fortunate to, like, I don't think Nebraska needs to be compared right now. I think it's unfair to compare them to like the size of Oregon and Ohio State and those top tier and top echelon programs. Like, you walk in, and I'm not like an eye test guy, but here I am talking about the eye test. Like, watching Mateo Uyunglele walk in for Oregon 2 years ago is different than watching Luke Lindenmeyer. And that's not a knock against Luke Lindenmeyer in two very different positions, right? Tight end versus edge rusher. But like, there's just stuff you can look at. And one thing that was on the field, unfortunately, last year in the Las Vegas Bowl, it came to fruition, and Nebraska not necessarily playing well. And ultimately, they needed to make a change defensively. And that's one of the things I want to talk to BC about in about 15, 20 minutes or so, is Rob Orich's side. Because, I mean, Matt Rule's talked about him a little bit over the course of the last couple of weeks. But it's been, all right, what is Rob Orich ready for this moment? I think Matt Rule had the quote, if I can pull it up here. Matt Rule had the quote somewhere that said something along the lines of like he's learning and trying to adapt to what he thinks the Big Ten is going to be. Cool. But
I've heard a similar quote before from others. Exactly.
Like, my problem with this, Josh, is that Nebraska's not a spot to where you can learn. Like, this is
Could anyone on the staff not tell him what is about to lap upon his shores?
Like, that's my thing, is through all of this. And once again, we want to hear your thoughts, 951-1620 on the text line, or you feel free to chime in on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. This has been my biggest gripe, and I'm not like a Matt Rule, fire Matt Rule guy. I'm not in that camp. I'm not in the Matt Rule's done a phenomenal job. I'm kind of just playing Switzerland right now. Is from a factual standpoint, the hires, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, the hires, it's been a lot of like, well, this guy's got to learn how to be a Division I football coach. And in my conversations with a lot of like former players that I'm close to, I sit there and I ask them the same question of like, sure, there's a learning period. There's an adaptation period, or excuse me, an adjusting period. But ultimately, like, when did Nebraska stop or be in a spot to where coaches that knew what they were doing coached? And that's not me saying that, because I do think Nebraska has gotten much better from an assistant coach standpoint this offseason. I really like potentially what like a guy like DeKeel Shorts with a year under his belt could bring to the table on that perimeter. It's like I'm everybody loves the addition of Jeep Wade so far, and Nebraska frankly went out and spent enough in the portal to give him a fighting chance. I think that, you look on the defensive side, and I was a guy that was really close with Mike Eckler. And so understanding how that kind of all played out, ultimately, it was a little disappointing. He's now starting his season tomorrow at USC. Tomorrow. I don't know. Like, I think now I'm able to kind of step out and have a 500-foot view, or whatever that saying is, where I think to myself, like, great. Like, I'm glad that Rob Orich, and this is not me knocking Rob Orich. It's more me knocking the guys that put him in that situation. And maybe I have kind of a bitter taste about it because it's coming off the heels of a John Butler defense where that guy was not necessarily ready to be a Division I or Big Ten defensive coordinator again. And like, there, I go back and forth because there's this fine line that you have to play between like, and coaches, and this is not like a Matt Rule only conversation. Like, coaches in general, and we know this, have egos, and they feel like they can change people, and they feel like they are okay. If it didn't work for Joe over here, guess what? Through my teaching and my philosophies, it's going to work for Joe. Like you have to have some of that. You have to. But then you got to have some realism in this as well. And like, there's a reason why certain guys just aren't fit to be coordinators. And this is not a football only conversation. There's a certain reason why basketball coaches, some of them are just best as assistants, or there's just really good positional coaches. There's a reason for all of this. And you have to, the really good coaches, the really good head coaches, leaders. I mean, you can talk about this in business. The really good leaders understand and can identify, not just players, who do I need to surround myself with in order to make those players great? And you have to have you have to have a little bit of the ego, as much as it probably annoys everybody. You have to have a little bit of the ego to where you can sit there and say, through my teaching, maybe it didn't work at X school, but at our school, we have different philosophies. We have a different approach, and it's going to work because we've seen it before. There's been a lot of track record right now at Nebraska under this specific staff, I would say, of unfortunately it not working. I should have known that we were talking about this at some point, or that this would just naturally get brought up, because I would have brought my statistics for this. I can't remember the number. It is an astronomically large number of assistants, full-time assistants, that Nebraska's had to replace in a very short amount of time. And maybe part of it is also an institutional problem. There very well could be a university issue. However, you put the right people, that university or that institution is in charge of then putting the right people in place to fix that. And notice this conversation that we've had for the last 10 minutes or so, I have not once mentioned the word winning or losing. We haven't even gotten to on the field. All of this stuff is off field. And so I'm encouraged by what Rob Orich brings to Nebraska's defense. I liked what he did at San Diego State. He's brought a couple of his, I think, notably, and it's important for especially position. We talk about it with head coaches all the time. It's important for them to bring maybe guys and players that are familiar with them, their style, the way they coach, the way they operate on a day-to-day basis. It's important for them to bring them to their new destination. We saw it with Curt Cignetti, which is obviously on one crazy end of the spectrum. It's important. I think it's important for head coaches. I think it's potentially even more important for somebody like Rob Orich, who's got his first Power 5 defensive coordinator job here at Nebraska. And, we have Owen Chambliss, I think, is going to be probably one of Nebraska's best defenders. And that leads right into the conversation that I want to have with BC here in about 10 minutes. The conversation with him in that, who do we need to see step up? And I'm not talking one game. I'm not talking, hey, this guy made a big play in crunch time. Like, those are important. And I'm not sure who that's going to be for Nebraska. Like, I think if we polled, 10 fans that knew the roster, had a good understanding of what the last couple of years have been like, what I would say last 2 seasons have been like. And if we said, hey, it's 3rd and 6, you need to stop. You need to get your offense back on the field. Who's going to make that stop? We'll probably get 6 to 8 different answers. And sure, it's, dependent on, is it a run play? Is it a pass play? All that, so forth, so on. Like, who's it going to be on the defensive front? Jashir Whittington? Can Owen Chambliss come in and do what we want him to do? It transcends staffs. But, Nebraska just hasn't had a great hit rate on some of their defensive transfers. And so part of that's coaching, sure. Some major part of that's the ability to identify talent and bring in that talent. And I will say this also, I just don't subscribe to the notion that Nebraska doesn't have the resources. I just won't. I do not. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that conversation. I heard Troy Dannon talking on the radio earlier this week.
He's talked a lot lately.
He has. And we used to not be able to hear from the AD very much. And we had like a span where it was like Trev didn't talk a whole lot, but Sean Eichhorst did. Anyway. it's been funny because I was listening to Troy Dannon on Monday night or whatever day he talked. And he mentioned the one quote about corporate, and this made my ears perk up because of my current role. He mentioned the one area about, he's like, yeah, you know what? FNBO really helped us when we had that arbitration case in the spring. And I don't want to make this something out of potentially nothing. But then he said something along the lines of like, you know, there were other partners that backed off. What did you expect? You've been a losing program. And at some point, like, the words just don't match up. And the words just don't generate millions of dollars. I think Nebraska's in a really good spot. I do find it fascinating that they haven't had a jersey patch. That's just from like a fan standpoint. I find it fascinating. We know Nebraska's got one of the best brands in all of college athletics, one of the most notable brands. They still have that. If you question that, this is not just because I'm a volleyball guy. But like, look at last night. Look at the tour across the country that Nebraska volleyball is going to be on. I mean, so they have one of the brands. You have a softball team that was in the Women's College World Series last year. Men's basketball is making waves, so on and so forth. I'm surprised. Now, they're not going to get the same amount of money that, you know, Ohio State got with Chase or Notre Dame got with SoFi or whatever the case may be. But, man, I understand. You talk about, it feels like they're in this weird spot to where they want to modernize everything, but they also don't. And they want to keep this history with the jerseys and with the stadium renovations, so on and so forth. Once again, 951-1620, the phone number rather, for you to call or text. We have a couple of thoughts on the text line. I want to get to. John says this: every time Dannon talks, he begs for money. Maybe he should quit paying out a couple $1 million a year for buy games. Interesting thought, John. Interesting thought. That's one from Doc. Doc says, good coaches don't want to coach with Rule because they can see through his car salesman act. The only ones that want to coach are for his friends who are just as bad at coaching as he is, or he is young and up and comers who are just looking for the next step. Yeah, I think Nebraska will get back to it when they are not a stair-stepping job. I think that's a good place to go. We do have a phone call. Do I have to do anything with this, Josh? All right, it's Lane. Lane joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Lane, thanks for calling. You are the first caller in the Nick Senhert edition with Middays with Matt. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind, dude?
Hey, Nick. How you doing? I used to text the show when you were at the other station. I just wanted to say hi.
I appreciate that, Lane.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, okay, here's a problem I think that is going on. I'm not the Nebraska brand. Our brand is good. You know, the state, the fans are very engaged. But with the football program specifically, okay, Nebraskans, I think by nature, are if you tell them something, you know, you want to believe it. And Matt Rule and other members on the staff at times have said things like, oh, he's going to be great. You know, the defensive line is going to be hell on wheels. The offensive line is going to be a pillar of the team, top 10 in the country. Anyway, my point is Nebraska fans, they do keep receipts. They have memories. So, like, the messaging this offseason, people have just totally tuned out Matt Rule's messaging. I mean, not every single person. You got a few that are, like, clutching on to his every word. But most people are just like, it's show me time. This hasn't been good enough. And we're just not going to take your word at face value. And that's a tough place to be, my friend.
I agree with you, Lane. Thanks for the call. Once again, 951-1620, the place to you guys to connect with the show. Lane, I think you make a great point. And that's not, I mean, we're preaching to the choir here, I think. And Nebraska's done a good job. I will say this, like, Matt Rule's done a good job, I think, this offseason. We know his personality, right? And this is where I will give him credit. And I don't want, once again, I want to make sure I'm very, very clear on this. I am not going to sit behind a microphone ever and call for somebody's job. I just won't do that. I will talk and try to keep it as fact-based as possible. And I want you guys to provide your opinions and we'll work around them. I think, Lane, you make a great point. And this is where I will give, Matt Rule credit. I mentioned at the start of this conversation, we haven't heard from him this week. Like, it's buttoned up. We don't know what the running back room looks like right now. And the whole, Rule podcast is not going to be a thing this year. And Dannon mentioned that that's going to be tabled for this year and so on and so forth. Like, they've done as good of a job as I think you can, frankly, of you know what? Recognizing that maybe they should just stop talking and continue working while also trying to stay at the front of mind. Like there's never going to be an avenue or an area to where we get to fall and it's like, oh, I'm not going to watch next Saturday. And they know that, right? And we know that. And I think nobody, whether they keep losing or they start winning, nobody's going to sit here and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm just not going to watch. We're all going to be tuned in next Saturday. Maybe the level of investment might change, right? We might do something else. We might be okay with getting up and grabbing a beer during the game. Like we might be okay with all that. But ultimately, I do think we should give them some sort of credit we haven't heard a whole lot of the car salesman act, if you will. That's what people are calling it this offseason. It's been a lot of, well, we got to work. And I think, you know what? That could be very, very hard for Matt Rule. And that's okay because that might just be his personality. And that's what Nebraska knew they were getting when they hired him. But I do think, credit is due where it's due. And I think, ultimately they've done a decent job of I don't want to say shutting up. That seems real harsh, but essentially shutting up and just working because we don't know what the position battles look like. Is it Mekhi Nelson? Is it Jamal Rule? We don't know. Where's Ja'Cory Barney at in this conversation, right? We know a little bit about Rob Orich. Now, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, frankly, because you have to take it with a grain of salt and say, okay, we harp on every little detail. When they don't say a lot, we harp on every little comment that they do make. And so this very well could be me making something out of nothing regarding Rob Orich and the defense. But hey, it's a comment. And the part about, FNBO and other corporate partners backing out, when these guys talk, their word is going to carry weight. And I think sitting here and talking about just on-field lack of success is going to do nobody good because we are a week away from college football and Nebraska football returning. And we should be excited because there's intriguing pieces and we hope that the intriguing pieces outweigh some of the concerns that a lot of people have. We'll talk about this a lot more throughout the course of the show, talk quarterback play. But when we come back, BC of Husker 24/7 joins us on 1620 The Zone.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back in. It's Middays with Matt. However, no Matt McMaster. Nick Senhert filling in for Matt on a Friday, who just wanted a day off. I found out Matt does not follow me back on Twitter.
Sad. Could you imagine?
I couldn't.
Couldn't be me.
I know. Thank you, Josh, for the follow this morning.
Got to support each other in this biz, right?
Absolutely.
Tight-knit community.
It is a tight-knit community. One that I left a month and a half ago, but it is okay. One guy that has not left the community is Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7 Sports. BC, what's up? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good to be here. How you doing?
I am doing well. All right, so BC, now once again, we are, what is this, 8 days out from kickoff, I believe is the day. You posted something yesterday, 9 days out until kickoff yesterday, that the Nebraska Cornhuskers won by 8 points, 8 separate times. 7 of those came in like the 1950s, and the other one came just a few years ago. I'm going to put you on the spot. What is your fun fact for 8 days from kickoff? Do you have one?
8 days. Yeah, there are only 3 Husker wins where they've scored 8 points. The last one being in 1928 against Kansas State, 8-0. Big win for the Big Red. So I didn't have a lot to go on. Of course, if you wanted to get a Husker win with 9 points, there was actually one recently. It was the 9-6 win over Michigan State in year 1 of the Frost era. Barrett Pickering when Pickering was kickering for the Huskers and made 3 in the snow.
That was, I remember where I was at for that game. That game was crazy. In terms of just the snow, like you mentioned. I guess on that, are you ready for day 7 points tomorrow? Like, I feel like that's going to be probably a busy one for you.
Yeah, I haven't looked at my guide yet on that one.
I'll say, where are you finding all this?
I look through my media guide. I'm not going to lie and say I don't confirm it on that one with like AI to just be like, am I right on this? But I do have one for 6 that is definite. Nebraska beat Missouri 6-0 in the early 80s in an Osborne game where they scored the touchdown with basically a minute left. Actually, I do have a couple off cuff because I'm a dork.
Yeah.
For 7. In 1988, Nebraska beat 2 top 20 teams, Colorado and Oklahoma, scoring just 7 points in each game. So over a course of 2 weeks, Nebraska scored a total of 14 points. But they beat Colorado 7-0 in Lincoln. This is 88. And then they beat OU 7-3 in Norman in sort of an ice rink game in the rain. And so there might be something off 7 that I do with that, but I'm sure there's like you said, quite a collection to choose from.
That's fascinating. So on that note, I'm going to put you on the spot again here today. I know, sorry about this. If speaking of points, when you mentioned the 14 points over the course of the 2 weeks, it got my wheels turning. How many points a game does this offense need to average for Nebraska to, I would say, let's say 7 wins?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's see here. I'm looking at, so if you look last year at points per game, Nebraska was, where were they? They were 59th with 28.7. Now, obviously, every team gets this. You get sort of the inflated numbers from your non-con sometimes where you put up a ton. Nebraska had 68 in one game, but everybody gets that, I guess, to some degree.
They had 68 against Akron and 59 against Houston Christian.
Yeah, so that helped. To be top 30, so they were 59th. To be top 30, they'd have to up it about 3 points per game because 31.5 points got you in the top 30 last year, and you need to be above 32 to be in the top 25, or at least that's going off of last year's numbers. So. If you want to be ambitious and you're really buying into the Calandria Kool-Aid and the O-line and all that, you're talking like, 31, 32 points per game. Easier said than done, of course. But that would be the sort of improvement that definitely wins you 7 games. That's for sure.
It'll be interesting this year. I'm looking. I want to talk about the defense here in just a second. It will be interesting though, BC, because like the conference schedule is somewhat spread out, and what I mean by that is like we expect a Pat Fitzgerald Michigan State team to be just kind of tough nosed, right? Even in East Lansing, where maybe the talent isn't quite to where he's going to get it in a couple of years. You might have some success against Mike Loxley in Maryland, but then it's like Indiana, Oregon. You feel okay about Illinois potentially and Rutgers, but then, hey, guess what? Ohio State. Like, there's no real chance, I think it looks like, for Nebraska's offense to get like momentum, it feels like.
It's a tough schedule, but I mean, that's where you hope you got right as they've tried to in the trenches, because whatever the point total may be, by the end of the season, I think you know good offensive football when you see it, and you know it because it starts up front, where you're seeing a line that's like in late October, early November, that takes over a game late. And that's something I feel like Nebraska just hasn't done well enough for a while, where you felt like there were just a bunch of examples of games where they're really leaning on the other guy, and they kind of wilt by the fourth quarter. And so with this O-line and the 3 transfers, and obviously Gattulo's come on, it seems like he's in line to start at one of the spots. Pritchett and Evans back. I think you embrace those expectations and sort of that pressure of being one of the top units, in the conference. If this team is going to surprise people, win a game people don't expect, and make that big jump, it's going to be starting. I mean, Calandri is the obvious, but the O-line is going to really help him out and give a major assist, and you're going to feel like, they can control some people. So obviously in these non-con games, that's something against the competition you're playing, not to disrespect it, but you want to see Nebraska up front really enforce their will and sort of have like a running start into that game against Fitzgerald's guys in East Lansing.
I feel like, we have this conversation every year. And I remember it from when I was doing radio in Lincoln. Like we have this conversation yearly. It feels like when you go into the games against Akron and Houston Christian last year, and in this year's case, all 3 of the non-conference games. I mean, we haven't really known or found out what position battles look like, especially on the offense, like the running back room. Kind of put on your predicting hat, if you will. Like in week 1, or actually I'll go into like week 4 against Michigan State. Let's do it that way. When the dust is kind of settled, and hopefully Nebraska's sitting there with a 3-0 record, and they've put up 40 plus points, against these teams. Who's kind of in the backfield for Nebraska? Is it a combination of a couple of guys? Is it maybe the Emmett Johnson where he's really the feature? I mean, where do you see this thing kind of going in the backfield for Nebraska?
I think it's going to be more of a combination of guys, but it's a tough question. It really is, because I think it is very tight right now, and whoever gets the first carry in 8 days, I don't know is necessarily going to get that against Indiana, when you get to that. And I think, based off what we know, if you're like, okay, just pick a guy, and this is all it is. It's just like, okay, Mekhi Nelson, I guess, because you have the bowl game last year, and you're like, okay, that looked good when he, burst through and had the 88-yard run, or he had 88 yards in the game, I'm sorry, but he had the touchdown early against Utah. So maybe you go there, but I'll tell you what, Jamal Rule is right there in that mix. He's an impressive young guy. He's a legit 210, 215, and has fit in well, and he takes the teaching well, and I think he's going to factor in. I think the guy that people have slept on probably the most in the conversation is Mosey, and it's not like he doesn't come up, but he's built his body up. He's like 20 pounds, more than he was a season ago, and I feel like he thinks he's a true running back now in year 2, and so it's a good question you ask, and it's one that anybody who says they know or answers it like definitively is just full of crap, because you don't know right now, like for sure who's going to just like, who's that guy who gets you a 2nd and 7 on a play where it's not that well blocked, right? Like that's some of the stuff you're looking for. Like who's the guy who keeps you in a good down and distance, and then who's that guy who, before Emmett, this was a real problem from Nebraska running backs. I think it was a problem for Dante Dowdell, if we want to go back, where he would get ahead of steam and it looked like he might be able to go 50 yards, but could never do it. He'd get tripped up at the second level, it'd be 10 yards. Like, is there that guy who just separates from the pack where when the lights are on shows like, okay, he has that extra something to make a house call on those type of plays? And so that's what I just don't think we can answer for sure yet.
Yeah, Georgia Bulldogs running back Dante Dowdell. It's funny. You look at last year, and Emmett Johnson, just the sheer difference between number of carries. And Emmett Johnson had 251 last year. Next closest running back, I'm not going to include quarterback in this conversation. The next closest running back was 224 carries away from him, from Mekhi Nelson. I mean, it is something that you mentioned with Isaiah Mosey. He had 26 carries for 115 yards last year. Small sample size, obviously third in the team in running back carries, but it is something that you mentioned with Isaiah Mosey not being brought up or not being considered a whole lot this year. I do want to get to the defense before we get you out of here. Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7 joining us here on the show. Earlier this week when Matt Rule talked on Sports Night, he mentioned this quote about Rob Orich and said, quote, "He's done a great job of really trying to anticipate the Big Ten and being in Memorial Stadium. I'm anxious for him to get out there against Ohio. What I've seen from him is that he and his unit will grow and grow every week." I want to ask you this question, and this is not a slight or a dig at Rob Orich. Should that quote, especially the point of he's done a great job trying to anticipate the Big Ten, should that ease Husker fans or should that concern Husker fans?
You know what? I think you can find a middle ground to that, because I just think it's a deal where he's got a good resume of turning around defenses quickly, but yet everybody understands you haven't done it in this league. And Rob Orich understands that. Mm-hmm. And this is a different animal. And so one thing that helped him at San Diego State for sure, and Owen Chambliss has talked about this, is that league had like every flavor of offense. I mean, you'd see like Air Force, and you'd see like, you'd get like an option attack one week, and then you'd get spread out attack the next. And so he was pretty well versed in what he saw. That said, this is even though there are diverse offenses, it's still a rugged league where, people are going to just try to pound you into the ground by November. And so that's the question, like how you can get a defense to sort of hold up and believe as you go through the trials and the obstacles that come with every season. There's going to be times, there's going to be series, and even maybe a game where it just does not go how you want it to go. And last year we saw the wheels just fell off the bus, so can you keep that connectivity that really feels like it's there right now, which it should be because it's a fresh face and everybody's excited. And also, he says simple, fast, violent, but Rule mentioned this too in that interview. It's like, there's nothing that simple about Rob Orich. And I think sometimes we overplay that a little bit,
Sure.
It's just, maybe it is simplified in some degree, but they still are going to want to throw a lot of pre-snap stuff at quarterbacks. And as Chambliss said this too, make them play quarterback and to make them think the game through before the snap. And so that'll be a question, like how good is he at that with this defense and sort of getting in guys' heads. But, as much as anything, like in these first games, and it's hard because you only get 9 full padded practices in the camp. You only have 2 live scrimmages. It's not like the old days. This is just the way it is everywhere. How do you tackle like in September and early October? And Tony White's defenses, those first years were really good out of the box tackling, like that first season that really stood out. So that'll be a big thing early if you're seeing like 4 or 5 guys swarming to the ball and just like dropping guys in place, not letting those extra 2-3 yards. So we'll see if he can bring that, but he's got a big assignment. It's not an easy assignment, but it's sure. I mean, it's a fascinating Husker season. You got a quarterback with can he answer the bell? You got an O-line coach, can he do it? And you got a D coordinator. I mean, 3 of the biggest spots you can name. And what do they bring to the table? We're about to find out.
BC, last one before we get you out of here. Who is somebody that's been here for, I would say, was here last year or even longer than that, that you're waiting on to see them develop? Who is that guy that you're sitting there saying, okay, like obviously I think Owen Chambliss is going to be a piece on the defense, right? You look at, Isaiah Hunters was crisp last year for a good chunk of the season. Who's somebody that's been here longer than 6 months since the portal that you are sitting there saying, you know what, if Nebraska wants to get to this point, we need to see them finally answer the call?
It's a great question. And the answer is what bores people, because people get tired of like a name they've heard for 4 years or so. They just are like, I know what the story is there. They think they do, but this is a program that wants to be a development program. They want to show that. They got a lot of guys back who did not enter the portal. And I'm thinking of guys like Cameron Lenhart, Riley Van Poppel. Jeremiah Charles could be a starting cornerback. He's in his 4th year in the program. These are guys who, like I say, some people hear their names, are like, I think I know what he's about. I don't know what that next step really looks like. And this is their chance to show there is something. And maybe it comes out in Rob Orch's defense and how they fit the scheme a little bit better and all that stuff. But Cam Lenhart is a big name there. Like, he's got to be really good. That's just the fact of it. So, maybe you've heard his name for a few years now and they want to talk about Williams Nwaneri. He needs to be good too. Cade Petchak. But go back to those guys who have been around a while, and they've got to take that step. They got to be leaders, and they more than that though. They got to be playmakers, guys who can turn in some TFLs and sacks and finish some plays. And so Lenhart's come up a lot from coaches. They really like what he's done, and so he's a guy that I'm really interested to see. Okay, maybe he takes that step, and that's a position where guys do it sometimes in their 4th or 5th year. Ty Robinson, it took a while, so let's see if it can happen for those guys.
All right, BC, appreciate it as always, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep, thanks.
There he is, Brian Christopherson, Huskers 24/7 Sports, joining us on the phone. Yeah, I want to get to that conversation in the noon hour probably, because I think there's different levels to it where you can have it say, okay, this guy's been making plays for Nebraska, but can he take that next step to being a superstar? But then conversely, it's like, who are the guys that are just non-existent that we need to see them show up? When we come back, we close out the 11 o'clock hour here on Middays. The Matt, Nick Senhert filling in, Josh Hodson on the other side of the board with me as always. We'll be right back on 1620 The Zone.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Odd Son.
That is right. It is time for Odd News. My first time experiencing Odd News with Odd Son.
Walk in, buddy.
Walk me through here. What do we do?
I read 3 of the most bizarre news stories I can find, and we discuss them or make fun of them.
What's the timeline on these stories? Is it like the last week? Is it the last 48 hours?
Yeah, like last 48 hours.
Cool.
Just whatever's happening. It's
relevant
recent news. Yeah,
good, because I am bad at pop culture and topics that are going on currently. So this is good
perfect
for me.
For you. Nike has announced a new stable of athletes. People have some questions. They have gone ahead and sponsored 6 different sororities, calling the sorority sisters, quote, campus athletes. And apparently I have to sign up to read the rest of the article. I did not know that. Nike has been a mainstay in college sports locker rooms for decades and currently outfits more than half of Division I FBS football programs. This back-to-school season, the retailer made clear that another on-campus group is also top of mind: sororities.
So this is ridiculous. I'm trying to see if there's. I Google searched Nike sororities, and the first 5 articles that popped up have the same headline: why is Nike suddenly part of all these sorority rushes?
That's the one. Colleges across the country, I found a different way in.
Did you find it on Yahoo Finance?
I did, yes.
I'm on that one too.
Thank you, Yahoo. It's the same exact text, including
we hate paywalls.
including South Carolina, Texas, and Arizona State.
Well, that explains it.
If you're going to sponsor a sorority, that's the place to do it. Nike supplied some of its latest training, running, and streetwear products to sisters who don the gear in videos posted to their personal and sorority-wide social media channels, often to the tune of millions of views. If you were wondering why Nike did this, there's your reason. Giant Nike-branded banners featured prominently in the background of most videos, unfurled over big stone columns at Greek revival houses. We know why they're doing this. We don't have to ask.
No, we don't. This is where it starts. I'm 25 years old. I act like and I feel like I'm a 55-year-old man. So I don't do the whole TikTok thing. I think that stuff is stupid. But here's this. It says Rush Talk. Do you know this? Are you aware of Rush Talk?
I'm not aware of it, but I can context clues.
Yeah, of course. So Rush Talk, 2021, dozens of Alabama, shocking, dozens of Alabama freshmen went viral.
I mean, they had that show with the Alabama sorority on HBO. It was like all inside Rush Week or something.
Do we need to get a sorority sister on the air?
Yes.
Hey, walk us through. Well, I know lots of them. No, I'm kidding. In 2021, dozens of Alabama freshmen went viral for documenting their experiences and outfits while trying to score a bid. One of the original stars of so-called Rush Talk, Kylan Darnell, now frequently appears on ESPN platforms. Okay, this is the problem. I get why Nike is doing this.
Hey, Livy Dunn didn't sign with us. She signed with that Viore company. How can we do what they're doing?
Viore's comfortable, though. Do you own any Viore? You don't seem like a Viore guy.
I don't know that I'm old enough
or
young enough.
Do you do any of the Lululemon stuff?
No.
Okay. That's okay, though. Aloe, I know, is a big one. Anyway, so Rush Talk. I think I have seen this Kylan Darnell woman because I think she does like the social media for College Game Day.
Okay.
But either way, that doesn't matter. I see why Nike's doing this. I get it from a marketing standpoint. I think it's probably not the best optics if people are going to talk about it. But here we are talking about it and mentioning Nike's name, so I guess it works.
Absolutely.
All right, what's next?
Bit within a bit, the truck spill of the week. You're just lucky enough to be here when we found the truck spill of the week. Normally, people guess what has spilled across our nation's roadways. Would you like to take a crack at what food item? It is a food item. A snack food item has spilled all over the 105 after 5 p.m. yesterday.
Oh,
Or
no.
Tuesday, excuse me.
It's a food item. Can I get a category?
Snacks.
Ritz crackers.
Close.
Okay.
Cheese balls.
Oh, nice.
LA traffic at a standstill, more so than normal after a pallet of cheese balls spilled onto the roadway. They were the Utz brand, UTZ. Might be pronouncing that wrong. CHP officials said extra traffic delays were caused by drivers stopping on the freeway to find and retrieve undamaged cheese ball containers.
So is the containers. It's not like the cheese balls got out of the containers.
They were not loose cheese
They were
balls.
not
Now
rolling down the street.
the big bins of cheese balls could have fallen and broken. So some of it wasn't 100%
You get home and
retrieval
there's
rate.
just squished cheese ball all over your tire.
Yes.
Don't drag that into the garage.
And then this isn't necessarily the funniest story we've ever done. It's actually quite damaging to people, but I just bear with me, okay, everybody? Steak and Shake brought back its car hop service. You know, they'll roller skate you your food on a tray and you'll eat it. This was in Florida. A Florida restaurant worker was arrested yesterday for indecent exposure after he walked up to a woman's vehicle while serving her food with it hanging out through his zipper. Investigators say the 25-year-old ex-con was working as a car hop at Steak and Shake in Largo when he made the off-menu delivery. And I tell you that
off-menu delivery phrase is wild.
I tell you that story so I can ask you this question.
We have a new item.
What? Hey, Grandpa. Hey, Grandma. How'd you two meet? Well, I was working at the Steak and Shake, and I saw your grandma there. She's a very pretty girl, and this is what I did. No, like
this is how I introduced myself to her.
What? I guess I know what the end game is, but also I'd like to ask the question: what's the end game?
Yeah, like I think that ultimately, when do we need to get to break?
We got about 60 seconds.
Perfect. I want to make sure we're complying with FCC regulations.
Thank you. I
on this
appreciate
station. Radio. No, I think ultimately, this is probably not the smartest thing. I can't believe this is what I don't know when people do stuff like this, just stupid stuff in general. Do they not think that they'll get caught? Like, did Joe Schmo walking out or skating out of the Steak and Shake think, you know what, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be able to deliver this food. Nothing's going to happen. And I'm going to stroll on back in and continue my shift at Steak and Shake. And if the answer is yes, that's where the problem lies. And I guess he thought the answer was yes.
Yeah.
And what was the phrase? An off-menu item?
Yes, off-menu delivery.
All right, thank you. Off-menu delivery. John writes in, says, Utz cheese balls are awesome, very salty. Let's get to break.
Interesting.
So we'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
It's time for the game that is sweeping the state of Nebraska. 1620 The Zone and our fine friends at Woodhouse Auto Family want to send you, that's right, you, to Oregon for the Nebraska game this October. Your chance to get registered comes if you can name that duck.
Nick, you've picked such a great week to join us. Oh, it is the final instance of Name That Duck. I read a trivia question. The fine listeners call.
Okay.
If they get it right, they get a bonus entry into our fabulous Oregon trip giveaway. We'll send you to Oregon, put you up for a night or two.
Nice.
In Eugene, you'll go to Austin Stadium. We'll give you a little extra spending money or whatever you need, and it all starts here. You can improve your odds right now if you can name that duck. 402-951-1620. Matt was very picky about when you called. I don't really care because I have to read the question and answer the phone.
Yeah, we're not picky on this show.
No.
On this this duo.
The question today, I guess this would be for the old heads. You probably have no idea the answer to this question.
Okay.
I didn't think about that.
That's all right.
This was the name of the crime-fighting duck on ABC Saturday mornings for 91 episodes beginning in 1991. 1991 was a year that came in the late 20th century. Nick, I don't know if you're aware of this.
I'm pretty sure I do know the answer to this, actually.
Okay, great. His secret identity was Drake Mallard.
Yes.
It's a duck pun. You see what the animators were doing there. 402-951-1620. I will answer the phone and get someone on the line to guess this question.
All right, thank you, Josh. You said something about the odds, increase your odds to win a trip. If it's not tagline odds with Oddson, we are missing a massive opportunity to make that a thing. Anyway, so Josh is handling the phones. I see those things lining up. Do we have a caller?
We do. We have Brian on the line with us. He's very excited.
Brian, for an extra entry to go to Eugene. I'm learning about how this works on the fly right next to you, Brian. So what's the name of the crime-fighting duck? Go ahead and read the question one more time, please, Josh.
Hold on, Brian. This was the name of the crime-fighting duck on ABC Saturday mornings for 91 episodes beginning in 1991. His secret identity was Drake Mallard.
Brian, who is it?
We're going to go with Darkwing Duck.
Winner, duck dinner.
That is right. Hey, Brian, congratulations. You get an extra entry.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Brian, hang on the line. I will take down your information while Nick tells everyone what we're doing this segment.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Brian. Congrats to Brian. He gets an extra entry to Eugene. Sorry to everybody else. Man,
very quickly, if you did not get an entry, we'll be doing more of this on the other 6A to 6P shows. You can always enter anytime on our website, 1620thezone.com. So don't feel like, there's no way I can go to Oregon now. You can get yourself in the running right now. Just go to our website.
Am I eligible to get into the running?
I believe technically you would be. You are not an employee of Usher Media Group. It would be frowned upon.
It would be frowned upon if they found out that the Zone sent Nick to Oregon.
People would say dirty pool if we sent you.
All right. Well, that's all right. As always, same phone number to call and text, 951-1620. You can always call in and be like Lane was earlier on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I was I was thankful for that conversation, that call from Lane earlier in the show. You can also reach out to us on our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. All these Zone platforms. You can also reach out to me personally at Nick_Senhert on the Twitter or X sphere. Good conversation earlier in the 11 o'clock hour with Brian Christopherson of Huskers 24/7 Sports, as we are 8 days away from kickoff. It was just a real quick nugget on that. He posted the details yesterday, where since we were 9 days away from Nebraska football kicking things off, He posted Nebraska and the amount of times that they've won games by or with 9 points today, with 8 points by scoring a total of 8 points. And it was interesting. Yesterday, he brought up the Barrett Pickering comment and situation where he won 9-6 Nebraska in that snow game against Michigan State with Scott Frost. So once again, 951-1620, the place for you guys to get in touch with us here on 1620 The Zone.
Quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
Does Brian playing Name That Duck count as a phone call we've taken on the air for our goal to beat Matt's record? I know the number, by the way, that we need to hit.
I think Matt would, if Matt was in my shoes, I think Matt would count it.
Okay.
Am I wrong? You know Matt better than I do. And if the answer is different than what I think, then we'll go with whatever you claim.
Would think that Matt would be defensive of his record and say that doesn't count because it was baked into the cake already that person was going to call.
I agree. I think we need to make it organic. Do you know? So how is the number reachable?
It is.
Okay.
We need a topic that people like. We don't need a hot topic, but we need something that's going to get the people going.
Provocative.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. What? Okay, maybe we do this. 951-1620. In the 1 o'clock hour, we have Austin Jacobsen joining us. We have our Major League Baseball segment, Balls. Do we have another segment available in that situation or in that hour?
In the 1 o'clock?
In the 1 o'clock? I'm still learning the structure.
Austin, Balls, and then I'll tell the people what to watch as we head into the weekend.
Okay. Maybe we, I'm trying to think, maybe in the 12 o'clock hour here, we can have a segment where people straight up just call in and tell me what they want the topic to be. Is that dangerous? I mean, it's dangerous, but you're screening calls.
It's acceptable dangerous, right? Like chaotic good, chaotic neutral, chaotic bad, or whatever it's. I would say that's good dangerous.
I mean, maybe we just do that now for the next 8 minutes.
Okay.
If you're on your lunch break, and you want to call in and tell us, I mean, we have plenty of stuff to get to. I have plenty of, the phone was just ringing. Somebody just hung up. So go ahead and call back in. I like to pressure people a little bit. Anyway, 951-1620. I did see on Twitter, we have a rat texting Matt about that we're trying to break his phone call record. Was that you?
Yeah, it was not me. Okay. Matt texted, someone texted Matt, excuse me. Let me get the details right. They are trying to break your record of calls to your show just because it's your show, LMAO. And Matt tweeted that screenshot of a conversation with someone. I don't know who. It wasn't me. And he said, people ask me why I have trust issues with producer Josh.
I just want to hear what people are doing this weekend. We're doing this. All right, we got 2 people calling in. We're going to get these. How about this? We got 3 lines ringing. This is what I like. This is prime sports radio. Yes, we are 8 days away from Nebraska football kicking off. We will dive into a plenty of Nebraska football conversation over the course of the next couple of hours. Austin will join us. We have a big high school football game tonight, also going on at Millard South High School. So we do have a couple of callers on our Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You want to know who's somebody that loves this idea? Live radio, people calling in. Prairie Flower Casino, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We've got Brian up first. Brian, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys, I was wondering, depending on the kickoff time, does your eating habits change while watching college football?
Wow.
Brian, that is a great question. This is the content I'm here for. Josh, I need to think about this, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yes, it absolutely does. I mean, you're probably doing a big, heavy breakfast before an 11 a.m. kick, right? Maybe heavier than you would normally go. If it's a night game, you're probably grazing and picking, or at least this is all for me, grazing and picking throughout the day before we're cooking all day because we got a whole menu planned for once kickoff actually gets here.
Wait, this is where I think age it comes into play a little bit, because 11 a.m. kickoff, I am Well, you know what?
You're waking up at 10:45, aren't you?
I have to establish new habits. Okay, so this is ideally because previously, like we all do in this biz, we have to do pregame, we have to do postgame, we have to go to the game. This year, okay, here's where I'm thinking: 11 a.m. kickoff. I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna go play a 7 a.m. round of golf, and then I think so. I'll have a couple of beverages. I think I'll need to come back. To avoid taking a nap, I need to snack on something. So I'll have a breakfast. It might be a breakfast burrito. Then we go into an 11 a.m. kickoff. I think we're piecing and snacking throughout the game. And then we hit it hard with an early dinner, and we take an early bedtime right in front of the opportunity to watch the primetime games. I don't know, Brian. Where are you at? Are you a big breakfast guy on 11 a.m. kickoff, Brian? And Brian's gone. That's okay, Brian.
Sad.
That's right. Mark down that call. We have another one. We have that's a great question to start us off with. That was really impressive. I was expecting more surface level conversation. I appreciate something like that. Let's see what Kyle's got. Kyle, you're on the air. What's on your mind, my friend?
I don't got a whole lot here. I mainly wanted to call in just because I know how much Matt would love to lose his phone calls here. But mainly here, I wanted to just talk about the baseball thing. I'm a big Red Sox fan.
Hell yeah.
This year started off bad. And we've had a couple, I think, records that stood for almost 100 years. Just maybe your thoughts on baseball in general.
Yeah.
Not just the Red Sox, but
yeah.
I just throw that out there.
Yeah, Kyle, man, you are speaking my language. I love baseball is my sport, man. I love that. Hold on one second. We got some sound going on here, Josh. By the way, thank you. So I would say this. Baseball is my pride and joy. I'm passionate about that more than anything. Red Sox are dangerous. They're sneaky with Rafael at the top of the order. I mean, those guys are, I know you wanted to talk elsewhere. I think baseball's in a really good position right now. I'm not a Rob Manfred guy. I do think they will figure out the 2027 stuff. Selfishly, I hope they do because I would love to go to the All-Star weekend in Chicago at Wrigley next year for the 2027 All-Star weekend. I've never been to a home run derby. I don't know if I have interest in that piece of it. I do think that the way that the field is laid out at Wrigley, I think it'll be really, really interesting to hear and see what the home run derby looks like next year in Chicago. Now, the other side of it is I'm really, really annoyed with the Dodgers, just like any other baseball fan is. But ultimately, we will get to a lot more in that in the balls. Kyle, I appreciate that, man. I feel like we'd get along really, really well in real life. One of my best friends is a diehard Red Sox fan, and so we've been heavily involved in that. All right, next up in our call list, we've got Bill. Bill, talking weekend plans. What you got going on this weekend, Bill?
So, I've got a lot, which I don't particularly care for. So what I'm thinking is perhaps I could call back 3 times and cover one day at each time, because anything that will trigger McMaster, I am all in on.
Bill, this is what I love to hear. All right, so which one do you? I would suggest this. Go in the order of like least polarizing to most polarizing, just so we continuously have this build up.
Polarizing as far as activities?
Yeah. Like least exciting, the one that's not going to get us triggered the most to, and then we just continuously build up to where we get triggered by the third call.
Sure. We'll go back to front. Sunday is relatively mellow. We'll be doing a little golf at Indian Creek at about 8 o'clock in the morning with some friends, and that should trigger a pretty heavy Sunday fun day mid-afternoon, if you know what I mean.
Yes, of course. What's our handicap at, Bill?
Oh, I don't think that's on it. That's on
be
a
honest.
Basis, guys.
Are we like double digit? Are we like a 10?
No, I'm above a 10.
Okay, that's fine then. That's all right. I mean, honestly, as long as you're there for a good time, that's all we care about.
Sure. I think I'll call back in about an hour. We'll cover the other days again. Anything that'll get Matt fired up.
I appreciate that, Bill. I'm going to be sitting on the edge of my seat waiting to find out what you're doing Saturday.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Bill. All right, we'll talk to Bill shortly. Next up, we've got Greg in Michigan. Greg, are you actually in Michigan right now?
I'm actually in Michigan.
That's
Clarkston, home of the Rocco Spindler.
Oh,
he's about 10 miles from my house. So
nice, yeah. Greg. Anything crazy on your mind that you want to talk about right now?
Well, I'm going to get serious. Back to the football topic,
please.
What do you think Matt Rule and the Big Red have to show this year on the field to not jeopardize this stellar 2027 recruiting class, whether it's no 56-7 beatdowns or record or what? Interested to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. Let's do that. Let's do this, Josh. I want to make sure we give that topic enough time. And so for that, let's take a very quick break. We talk about that. We dive into Greg and Michigan's question. What does Nebraska football have to do on the field this year to not jeopardize the 2027 class? It actually works out really well, Greg. We were going to talk some Ahmad Hudson later in the show. We can go ahead and move that to right now. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back on 1620 The Zone, we will dive into Greg and Michigan's text over the lunch hour here on The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Red Out Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust. At UBT, people don't have your money has people. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC. Welcome to 1620 The Zone's Readout Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust. At UBT, people don't have your money has people. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Welcome back into Middays with Matt McMaster, not here today on a Friday, enjoying a well-deserved, to some, day off as he gets ready to do the Husker football season in his role. So he texted me last Friday and said, Nick, can you please fill in for me next Friday, today? And I said, sure. And here I am. So Nick Senhert filling in for Matt McMaster. Appreciate Josh bearing with me throughout the show as well. Thanks to you guys for calling in. I feel like we were in that was positive movement last segment, Josh.
I like where we're at.
Okay, would you say we are on pace?
Yes.
Are we slightly behind pace?
No,
Okay.
Definitely not.
Okay, so if you just got in your vehicle, just turned us on, going to grab some lunch, whatever it may be, and you're wondering what we're referring to, I had wild take and wild idea that I want to break the record of calls that Matt McMaster has had on his show. We brought this up to Happer and Schaefer during the crossover. They thought it could be done. I believe in you, the listeners, to get this done. You might be asking yourself, well, I don't know Nick, and that's okay. Now this is our chance to get to know each other. I don't need any phone calls of substance. But however, Greg in Michigan did pose a really interesting question a moment ago before we got to break, where he asked the question, he said, what does Nebraska football need to do on the field to avoid losing or having this 2027 recruiting class go to shreds? And I think I might be in the minority when I say this. I'm not entirely sure Nebraska needs to worry a ton about it. I think, and here I'll explain it, and maybe I'll talk myself out of it. I don't know. This is kind of where I stand with Trey Taylor, Torrey Pittman III, Khalil Taylor, those guys in the class. Right now on Husker 24/7 Sports, they are rated 16th in the country for high school classes. And I think the reason why I say maybe they're not it's not a concern necessarily of losing it. They've kind of been planning for this to be the class for the last couple of years. Now, we're talking 17, 18-year-old kids, and those guys are unpredictable, right? But what I'm getting at is I would imagine, I would hope that the conversation with these guys over the course of the last calendar year or so, and I mean conversations from Pat Stewart, Matt Rule, position coaches, it's not as much, hey, watch for this on Saturdays. It's a lot more of, hey, watch what we're doing behind the scenes. That's what I would imagine that these conversations are. You'll remember a couple of months ago, Trey Taylor was in the news for like Ohio State coming after him, and it was very quickly shut down. What I believe, and frankly what I was told back then, is that those were accurate. Like the rumors of Ohio State potentially having interest in Trey Taylor was accurate. Trey Taylor's rated, according to 24/7 Sports, as the 7th best prospect in the entire country, the number 1 quarterback in the country. Naturally, other suitors are going to want to fight for his services. And in this world of recruiting, we never think it's over until it's over. And even when they sign on the dotted line, it's never over. So now this is where I'm different than a lot of people. I don't get too worked up about recruiting. I used to, like there was when I got into this, like 7 years ago or so, like I was like all in on, hey, Brendan Radley Hiles and Joshua Moore, and this dude Josh Moore has 53 offers and he ends up going to Texas after he decommits from Nebraska. And it's like, oh, wow, this guy from Yoakum to high school in Texas is coming to Nebraska. Like, it's sick. Like, we got worked up about it. But college football is different now. And I think there is going to be concern. Greg in Michigan, let's say that the worst potential thing happens and Nebraska loses their quarterback, they lose Torrey Pittman, an in-state guy, so on and so forth, and this class doesn't look anything like it. Number one, we don't know what this class was going to bring to Nebraska statistically and on the field, so don't let yourself get too worked up. But then number two, and I know that's easier said than done, and this is not like a me versus Greg in Michigan conversation. It's me versus everybody. But then like elsewhere, otherwise, like I don't want to say welcome to college football, but welcome to college football to a sense. I just think, like Nebraska will pivot like every other college program would have to pivot. Now, I wouldn't be alarmed, and this is where I'm going to try to explain this as clear as possible. I wouldn't be so alarmed that Nebraska has to pivot. It's more so of, does this staff have the ability and do we trust them enough to pivot? Like, once again, as we talked earlier in the show, and they preach that they want to be a developmental program and they preach all this stuff. Has this staff shown the ability? And maybe this is why, frankly, I haven't gotten too worked up and like, man, they better get this recruiting class on campus. And man, I hope Trey Taylor's our quarterback. Like, I'm excited to see him play. I'm excited to see him suit up tonight for Millard South. Like, don't confuse these two conversations. But ultimately, like I won't sit here because there's not a whole lot of trust from me right now in that the staff's ability not only to identify talent, but also from a coordinator standpoint to have the right guys in play and say, yeah, this guy fits us. Like offensively, and this is branching a little bit deeper than what Greg in Michigan was talking about, but I think it naturally can be integrated. Like, we don't know what Dana wants to do offensively. Like, that's the biggest thing. Nebraska, like, if we think about this big picture, we know Dana likes to throw it around. When Nebraska threw it around the last 2 years, it wasn't ultra successful. When Nebraska ran it with a workhorse last year, I think Emmett Johnson finished like 271 carries. When Nebraska ran it, which we know from Dana Holgerson's past is not probably something he was too fond of, but was looking at it and assessing the situation and going, yeah, you know what? I kind of got to run the ball with my All-American running back and all-conference running back. Nebraska had the most success. And so, like, yes, having a top-rated recruiting class is important, and having a quarterback that can peer recruit the way that Trey Taylor does. And this is something that I said, I actually texted it to Josh last night, is about Ahmad Hudson. Like, things are trending in a really, really positive direction for Nebraska and Ahmad Hudson. I think even if you ask a lot of the people that were a lot smarter than I am and follow this a lot closer than I did, is that even when he committed to LSU, it kind of just felt like I don't want to say a power play, but I mean, I think these guys are strategic. They understand the way the world works. And I think things are trending in a positive direction for Nebraska and the number one tight end in the country. But then I sit here and frankly, Greg in Michigan, like, it goes back to the coaching standpoint of, does Nebraska utilize the tight ends? Is Marcus Satterfield capable of coaching that group consistently for 12 games and resulting in production? And so then, I mean, like, as we just kind of continue wandering through this conversation, then it asks the question, and this is like something that's such a hot topic and important to Husker fans, are the guys wanting to be here for football or for what comes next to football? And what comes next to football, the money, the brand exposure, the NIL opportunities, all stuff that is very important, but also stuff that can distract you from winning. And so maybe this is not the response or the conversation, avenue that Greg in Michigan, when he asked a very good question of what does Nebraska need to do result wise to keep this 2027 class intact, It might not be the answers he was looking for or wanting me to say. I sure, like we can be on the surface and go, you know what, if Nebraska makes a bowl game, they're probably going to be able to keep this class intact. And I would hope Nebraska can make a bowl game. They're going to get halfway to that point in the first 3 weeks. Hopefully. Now, if one of those games does not go the Huskers' way, then we're having a different conversation. And Nebraska has a lot bigger issues than keeping this recruiting class intact. But ultimately, the other side of this is the other side of the coin is this, and this is something I've said for months about this 2027 recruiting class, not trying to be a Debbie Downer, because it is exciting. It is exciting when Nebraska's in the final list of schools for a lot of top players in the country. Part of me sits here and goes, well, they should be, damn it. I mean, why wouldn't they be? That you're continuously and consistently pouring money into the facilities. You're going to be able to now pitch an unbelievable stadium renovation. You just finished off the facility renovation. If coaches are doing their job off the field, they should be in the final list of schools for these guys, especially in a world where geographic and location doesn't matter as much anymore. You can't use the Big 12. You're in the Midwest. If you're from Florida, you're not going to be playing. No, that's not true. If you're from the East Coast, your family's not going to be able to see you play. That's not true. All those excuses, frankly, that coaches and universities and institutions were able to use in the last decade plus are mute now. And so from somebody that's grown up and not seen a ounce of the success that people that were, competent and around in the 90s were able to see. Even somebody that my pinnacle of Nebraska football success was the 2009 Big 12 championship game, the first 3 quarters of it. As somebody that's where I'm at, even I know that, frankly, Nebraska should be in the final list of schools for these guys. So then, to Greg's point, is what you do on the field. And I think, not to be a Debbie Downer of this, but I think it is important to reset expectations and be realistic in that if you expect these 22 commits that Nebraska currently has on their roster for 2027 to come in and play in 2027, which we're all knowledgeable fans and understand the game and the way football works, that's not realistic. And yes, it is get better day by day and year by year and have patience. But also, what unfortunately, and this is where I'm going to be a little bit critical of the staff, you waited until year 4 is what 2027 will be. You're waiting until year 4 to have something like this. So then what does that do naturally? And we understand, this is where I want to think a little bit deeper, unfortunately, about this, is that, all right, what's going to be the reason for not winning in 2027? Well, give our guys time to develop. And then you go forward in 2028. Well, all right, Trey Taylor's got another year under his belt. Here we go. Well, then if you don't have success in 2028, when these guys are sophomores, which once again, on positions like offensive line, on positions like, frankly, a quarterback as well, you might be a little ridiculous to expect them to be able to compete at a Big Ten all-conference level to where Nebraska can get double-digit wins in a season. So then we blink, and you're in 2029, and you're looking back at the last 3 years and go, man, what happened to that 2027 recruiting class? And so that's why I'm not ready to sit here and ideally, from a drama-free off-season standpoint, please keep this recruiting class intact. From an in-season drama-free standpoint, there's going to be enough stuff that we'll be able to dissect on the field and probably criticize or talk about that we don't want another piece, in this case, the recruiting class falling apart. We don't want that included in this. But ultimately, if it does, sure, in the very nearsighted scope, that's a problem. But this is what Matt Rule and his staff have been working towards for the last 3 years. And frankly, because of this, and because of this message that I'm trying not to get my years mixed up here. I would say last year and maybe a couple months before the season started last season, they started to kind of plant these nuggets. Hey, 2026 might not be the best year, but we're going to shape up for a 2027 recruiting class. Well, that's great, but you also know what that does, and this is where the business side and, frankly, coaches are incredibly smart. You just bought yourself another year because you are already laying out the expectations of, hey, bear with us in 26 when it might not be that good. But I promise 2027 is going to be great. Well, it might not be great with a true freshman quarterback. In this day and age of college football, you shouldn't have a true freshman quarterback starting your games. And I get like NIL plays a factor into this. And, if you're making promises about playing time and recruitment, then, you got other issues, I guess. But like the teams that are always successful, the teams that are successful in the fall have 90% of the, and I'm throwing that percentage in the air. So, bear with me. But I would imagine 9 out of 10 times, what do they have? Pretty good quarterback play. And most of the time, really strong quarterback play is a guy that's been around the block. Which, sure, in 2026 and 2027, maybe that's Anthony Calandria for the Huskers. Maybe it is. But once again, as we look back on the last couple of years and the guys that Nebraska's staff, the guys that are still in the room, have chosen to bring in, have they shown the ability to identify the talent that they need to be successful? And I'm not going to answer that question because I don't think I need to on the air. But ultimately, Greg in Michigan, really good question. I think, sure, Nebraska needs to win, right? Like they need to beat the teams they're supposed to beat. Maybe sneak one out against, I'm not even going to bring the idea of Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Sneak one out against, can you win on the road at Illinois? I don't know the schedule by heart, just because I don't need to memorize it anymore. But I think Illinois is wedged in between Oregon and Ohio State potentially, or somewhere around there. Like, are you able to squeak a road win out at Illinois? That'd be impressive.
Illinois does come between Oregon and Ohio State,
Thank you.
But there are Washington, Illinois, Rutgers between those two.
Okay. So okay, can you help me out, Josh, here? I should have looked this up. It's like Oregon, Washington, Rutgers. No, Illinois.
That's right.
Okay. Illinois, Rutgers, Ohio State.
That's right.
All right. So Washington's at home.
Correct.
So can you win after what we expect to maybe not be the best trip out to Eugene? You
get a week off to lick your wounds.
Yeah. Can you come back and respond like a team that is returning 83% of production could do? If we're, once again, like this is not us plucking things out of the air and saying and trying to put words into their mouths. This is Matt Rule quotes and comments about why Nebraska fans should be encouraged about this upcoming season. And I do think there's validity in this. After what we expect to do, what we expect out of Nebraska, what's it called? Nebraska football, excuse me. Out of that, can you come back and respond with a win and maybe a 3-game winning streak? Frankly, those might be the 3 games Nebraska needs to win to make a bowl game. There's a lot of pressure.
Sad but true.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on those. So we'll find out. Josh, I have this for us. And this is going to be a quick thing here. So I just got a text from Jalen Reyes saying he can hop on in about 5 to 10 minutes. Do we have time? Is that going to work out okay with our show?
That works out.
All right.
Perfectly.
So there you go. We're going to be joined by associate head coach of Nebraska volleyball, Jalen Reyes. I think they just landed. I texted him about 11:30 and he just texted back now. So I think they just landed in Vegas.
Did they cash that big check?
I did see a picture of him holding the big check this morning on the tarmac or wherever they load up on the plane.
Not as big a check as I was led to believe yesterday afternoon. but
yeah,
still a big check.
We will ask Jalen Reyes if he has cashed the check of $150,000 from Spikes Under the Lights. Jalen Reyes, associate head coach of Nebraska volleyball, will join us in about 5 to 10 minutes or so from Las Vegas as they get ready to officially start their season. By the way, Creighton does play Purdue tonight. Purdue is going to be without one of their star players who is away with a medical issue. So unfortunate news for Purdue, but I think friend of mine, friend of the program as well, Connor Onion. Is that right? He's a friend of the show.
He'll be a Monday friend during the football season.
Connor is great. Really good friend, really good dude. He is going to be on the call for Creighton and Purdue later on tonight. Nebraska will play UNLV on Saturday, and then they'll play Texas out in the Players Era Showcase in Vegas on Sunday. We will be joined by Jalen Reyes, associate head coach of Husker volleyball, when we come back in a couple of minutes on 1620 The Zone.
This is Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back in as Nick Senhert filling in for Middays with Matt here on 1620 The Zone. It is going to be fun here in the next couple of seconds. We are going to be joined by a good friend of mine, Jalen Reyes. Jalen is associate head coach for Nebraska volleyball after Nebraska wins money last night in the Spikes Under the Lights. I think we got him on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Jalen, what's up, my friend? Thanks for doing this on short notice.
Oh, man, thanks for having me.
Hey, do we not have a voice right now? What's going on?
I guess. I woke up this morning, and I did do a lot of yelling last night, so I guess I kind of lost it a little bit. I feel great. Feel great that we won. Feel great body-wise, but, yeah, every time I go to talk, it sounds like this.
So, wait, you did a lot of yelling. I also saw you texted me and in our group chat a video of you catching a touchdown in the end zone.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Did you get 2 toes down or 2 feet down?
As our guy Nate says, at Ohio State they teach 2 feet, so I figured I needed to make sure I got 2. Hey. I actually had no idea where I was on the sideline, so I think I got like 6 steps in when I could have just did not have to toe drag. But hey, I'm a volleyball coach, not a professional wide receiver. But I think part of the voice was it was just so because we were in literally the middle of the field at Jerry World.
Yeah,
it's like. You kind of had to project. It was such an interesting. I'm even having the funniest part is where we were playing. We're playing under the biggest scoreboard in the world, but we couldn't see the score. So the girls basically had to yell the score to them every single point, which is pretty funny.
Oh, no way. That's okay. So that's kind of interesting. What were your thoughts? I understand you probably got to be a little diplomatic, and that's okay. Like, what were your thoughts on the event? I mean, there's been a lot of feelings about it.
Yeah,
and it was a really cool spectacle. But from your guys' standpoint as like a team, there, I mean, what were your kind of overall thoughts on the event?
I mean, I think number one, the overall was. I mean, obviously, when you win it, there's always like a positive outlook, right? If we lost,
sure,
probably a negative outlook, but I actually thought they did a really good job. Logistics, they were changing by the minute. I think people are figuring out like volleyball is such a hard sport to even monitor because they allotted a certain amount of time for the 2 matches. And both matches, the first 2 matches, Penn State, SMU, Nebraska, Florida, they both went 2 sets, but they both took longer than I think they expected. So for us, this is how I'm going to choose to answer it, and this is me being real. Some of the logistics, I know some of the acoustics for the fans, they were a little off. I know some of the, the flooring and stuff like that. People wish they could set it up earlier. But like our sport of volleyball is playing at Jerry World.
Mm-hmm.
End of the day, I'm sure like the first men's Final Four in a football stadium didn't go super well. I'm sure it's way better now than it was the first time they did it. So for us, it's like, we're stoked that we got to be part of the first, volleyball tournament that we're ever in one of these massive football stadiums. And hopefully this is the first of many.
Yeah. I mean, I know you've been asked, I'm not going to do the generic, hey, so how do you feel about traveling the world and you're going to get to play in Vegas, but are you guys in Vegas now? I'm guessing you landed in Vegas.
No, not yet. We actually went to stop for fuel in Albuquerque. We're at an FTO.
Oh, no way.
15, 20 minutes. And we'll head up to Vegas. And whenever they give me the okay, I'll run back to the plane if I'm being honest.
What? Wait. So what is the have you ever recruited in Albuquerque? Like, do you have any Albuquerque stories?
I've never been to Albuquerque. I've been to Farmington, New Mexico before, back when I was in college. So I've been in the state of New Mexico before, but I've never been to Albuquerque.
All right. Well, anyway, let's talk volleyball. I want to talk Big Check in a little bit, but we will talk volleyball first. I mean, what were your takeaways? Yesterday, obviously, was a scrimmage, and it, quote unquote scrimmage. So it doesn't count against the record. Maybe you wish it did because you would have 2 wins over 2 ranked opponents. But ultimately, it doesn't slow down. You guys, you're now going to get things rolling tomorrow night against UNLV and then Texas on Sunday. I mean, what were kind of your thoughts on the team's performance last night? Was there anybody individually that stood out to you? Maybe that kind of not surprised you, but you said, okay, yeah, you know what? The lights that were bright they were not too bright for them last night.
I thought overall, obviously score wise, I'm probably saying some of the people that if they watch the matches, like we've obviously played a lot cleaner that second match. But the Florida game, we didn't ball handle, or we didn't. First and second contact weren't great in the Florida match. Much better round 2 against SMU. Individual performances, I thought Olivia Mock at libero was pretty solid all night. And it's funny, like as a libero, sometimes when you're playing so good, you don't even notice them.
Yeah.
Because they're just doing their job the whole time. That's how good she was. It's just, I didn't realize how many times she actually touched the ball, because every time she touched the ball, she just put it where we needed to go. I thought Virginia Adriano had a really, really good evening. Killed a bunch of big, we didn't ball handle very well against Florida. We were in some tight sets. When you don't have great first contact, great second contact, you're kind of putting your pin hitters in positions where, they're not in the most ideal situations. Virginia killed a bunch of those balls, which were huge, especially at the end of that first set. So I thought she played a really good match, and she actually played a really good match against SMU as well. So, and I thought, I'm kind of bringing up some people that, I'm not bringing up the Andys, the Bergens, the Harpers. I thought they had good nights, but I thought T. Sigler hung in there. Numbers-wise, attacking maybe not great, but I thought she battled in terms of getting a lot of balls served at her, getting a lot of balls set at her, having to dig a bunch of balls. Again, we're asking her, to do things that Harper's doing, right? Play all the way around, hit out of the back row, pass every single rotation. And I thought she battled pretty well for doing it. I know she's a sophomore now, but doing it all the way around against 2 good teams for the first time in her career at Nebraska. So, I thought those 3 played really, really solid. And I think those 3, of course, Andy, Bergen, Harper, they see a lot of balls for us, but I thought those 3 did really well. And then, all the kids that came off the bench, Skylar Pierce came in and killed a bunch of balls against SMU, which was huge to see, and we're going to need that from her this year. Kenna Kogel came in, good block touches, killed a couple balls. And, I thought the bench that, we try to get a bunch of people in. I thought all of them came in and, made contributions, which is huge and rewarding for us as coaches, just because, we want to get those guys playing time.
Husker Volleyball's Jalen Reyes joins us on the show. Jalen, a couple more before we get you out of here and let you get back on the plane and to Vegas. I guess walk us through kind of the schedule these next couple of days, because you guys are in Albuquerque right now. You're going to fly to Vegas tonight. I mean, how much are you going to be paying attention as a staff to some of the volleyball that's going on tonight on opening night? I mean, you look at one of the things, I mean, like Purdue plays Creighton. You're going to have two future opponents there. Arizona State plays Minnesota. Like, you're going to have 1 or 2 there. Like, how much are you going to be paying attention to those games and kind of scouting for what's ahead versus, all right, you know what? You got UNLV in Texas this weekend on your own.
No, I don't know how much we'll watch today, Nick, just because, we'll get in. We actually have practice this afternoon at UNLV. It's not at T-Mobile. We're practicing at UNLV.
Nice.
Just to kind of move around. We won't do much. We'll talk about UNLV. We'll talk about Texas, just to kind of prep and get ready for them. We'll move around, but it's not going to be like this massive, heavy practice. And then we have dinner. And then actually we have some it's a players era tournament. So we have some players era interviews, photo shoots. So this afternoon, evening is kind of packed. And then we'll have like a team dinner this evening. And then actually Danny, Kelly, Matter, my wife, Kelsey, a couple of the girls on staff, they're all going to the Backstreet Boys, Nick. So,
what? Is that the Sphere?
It's their last weekend at the Sphere. So
wow.
Girls only. I know. I kind of wish I could go. But me and the boys are going to kind of stay back at the hotel. I'm sure we'll find something to do in Las Vegas. But we'll kind of be following, but I don't know how much sit down, watch the games we're going to play just because we kind of have what we need to do. Plus,
sure.
I don't know I feel like this trip, if I'm being honest, there's so much newness, and usually our trips are crazy, but it's like, hey, we're going to do this. And we don't exactly know how long it's going to take or what it consists of. So we're kind of just going as we go here. And, but yeah, we'll be following, but I don't know how much sitting and watching we'll be doing, but yeah, it's an exciting day with now college volleyball starting all over the country today.
There it is. Jalen, we'll get you out of here. Appreciate you as always, my man, and safe travels. I'll see you when you get back. And hopefully, what's the process or ability of me to be able to hold that big check at some point?
Hey, it's on the plane, so
okay.
You know,
okay.
we'll
Do you get to keep that? Like, we going to see that?
Nate brings it to Liquid Assets for you. How about that?
There it is. That sounds great. I'll see you when you get back, my man, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, brother. Talk to you guys soon.
See you, Jalen. There he is. Jalen Reyes, associate head coach of Nebraska volleyball. I'm going to get a picture with the big check. I don't need any of the money from the big check. I mean, I take it, but I don't need it. All right, let's get to break. 1 o'clock hour, final hour of the show as I fill in with Middays with Matt, right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome to 1620 The Zone's Readout Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust. At UBT, people don't have your money has people. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Welcome back in. It is Middays with Matt. I just realized, and this is 100% my fault, hand up accountability. I know we're not on Happer and Schaefer, but I'll go in and throw in that accountability
As
here.
a station, we love accountability.
I completely forgot about all of our wonderful YouTube listeners.
Wow.
The video stream listeners. I'm so sorry.
The chat's where your bread gets buttered, Nick.
I know. I'm so sorry. Mike, it's good to see you. Mike, we haven't talked in a long time. I would love to reconnect. Whether that's coffee, you just let me know where to find you. We are now joined on our Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Thanks again to Jalen Reyes. Real quickly there, just being able to join for 10 minutes there in Albuquerque, New Mexico. A guy that's not in Albuquerque, New Mexico is Austin Jacobsen. Austin, we did not expect to do this. I think a couple of days ago, but here we are. And now you are in a storage room, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm in the basement in my parents' house in Kearney. So, just doing my thing. So also, how dare you? First off, Jalen Reyes just out of nowhere just comes on this show right before. And then to lead into this segment, you're like, hey, by the way, in case you missed the excellent segment of exclusive commentary, Jalen Reyes was just a couple minutes ago. That's great. Great podcasting. I appreciate that.
The good news, Austin, is that we have not seen our viewers drop. So you're fine. If anything, they've spiked. They see you and they see all the storage bins. I would love, if we had more time here, I would love to do this on live radio. And if we were on TV, it'd be even a better spectacle for you to get up and just open up a storage bin just to see what's in it. Because there's
you want a storage wars this?
Well, I do. Yeah. Because
let me adjust my headphones really quick so I can hear you while I talk. All right, let's try that.
I want to know what is in that gray storage bin on the top shelf, because that tells me that it hasn't been opened in a while. It's not something that needs to be accessed easily or often. So put it on the top. It's not.
Can you hear me still? All good?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, so we're talking this one?
Yes, that one right there. Either one of those, really. I'm good with either one of those. This is live radio. Yeah.
This is keepsakes. Are we sure?
Whatever.
Keepsakes.
Keepsakes. Okay. Are they Austin's
christening suit?
I hope it's just like your baptism outfit.
Yeah.
Very Catholic of you. That's very good.
Right. As a pious guy, it's just the only thing I could think of on the fly.
Let's see here. I don't know what these are. Oh, look, it's my dad's aeronautical science degree. Very nice.
This
shout out Sergeant Jacobsen. That works. Wow.
This is good.
Okay. Here's another certificate of achievement for Lee Jacobsen from his retirement with the Nebraska State Patrol. He was awarded the rank of Kraken for the Nebraska Seas from the governor. So shout out the governor.
So is this all of Dad Jacobsen's keepsakes? Is there anything from other Jacobsens?
Oh yeah, check this out. So when you retire from the SWAT team, look at this guy.
Oh,
you
wait.
get this guy too.
I think we're finding this out. Your dad is kind of a badass.
Yeah, he was on the bomb squad and SWAT team for the state of Nebraska while being a state trooper back in the day. So he's retired since, and he's now the Grand Island Public Schools safety coordinator. So good alternate job there.
That is unreal.
Can we just very quickly go back to Kraken as a rank that you can be awarded?
Yeah, apparently. Kraken's that's not a bad listen. Who wants to be an admiral when you could be Kraken? That's where I want to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is sweet. Okay, well, Austin, thanks for doing that bit with us. That was fun.
Thanks for joining us too. Nothing's gonna top that.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard today's show has been exceptional. So I'm really looking forward to just being a part of an exceptional show.
Wait, from who? I'm curious about this because you know how it is. Like maybe you don't. I'm out of the game now. Like I'm out of the game, and so we.
What do you mean? I don't know, Nick. You can say we're friends. I know we don't see each other that often. You can say that. Okay, fine. We're acquaintances. We don't have each other's phone numbers.
We don't
That's
see
fine.
each other that often.
We can be anything you want to be, Nick. Anything that you need, we'll be fine. So.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I would ask, how is life going?
Wow, it's so great, Nick. I'll tell you this. Life was pretty bad 12 hours ago when I was getting home because UNK effed it up against Wayne State last night. The
Yeah.
one time I come back to my alma mater, they find a way to lose on the last second. Who does that sound like? Interesting.
Well, forgive me for not being well versed on UNK football. I mean, frankly, I'm not that well versed on Nebraska football this year. I haven't had to be. So either way, I have been doing a lot of listening to coaches and press conferences and Sports Nightly this week, getting ready for this fill-in job. But either way, I mean, so UNK, did I read someone that somebody was out, like somebody notable was sitting out, missed the game? Like, kind of walk us through what allowed Wayne State to beat UNK for the first time in a decent amount of time, right?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Nick. This is really great. I appreciate all this. No, Isaiah Harris was the starting running back a year ago. He suffered a really nasty knee injury in week 6, and he was leading the MIAA in rushing yards and touchdowns and suffered a traumatic knee injury that kept him out for the rest of the season. He was given an extra year by a medical waiver from the NCAA, I think like in April or May. He was doing UPS deliveries. And he got a call from the NCAA in the clearance house and the athletic department from UNK. So he's back, but the problem is I think he's still nursing and rehabbing it because of the significance of it. So he was a game time decision, was not able to go last night, and UNK struggled running the ball outside of their running backs, their quarterbacks, and they had some jet sweeps and some good option and triple option plays from the spread offense that they run that went for decent gains, including Riker Evans, former Highline grad, as well as former Husker, is now transferred to UNK. He had a big carry and a couple of catches in the game. But overall, there was just some procedural stuff that UNK just couldn't clean up. They were going down the field in the last minute and 18. They had a 3rd and 2. And they unfortunately false start, back themselves up, set themselves up for a 52-yard field goal. So instead of being able to, drain more clock, force Wayne State to use their timeouts, leave them with no time and kick your own game-winning field goal. Instead, they kick and make a 52-yard field goal, go up with 1:10 left, and then eventually get walked off. So, somewhat disappointing there. But nonetheless, I'm just happy Division II had an excellent start to the season. There were some really good games across the MIAA last night. Augustana is a top 25 team and won, I think, 63-58 against Missouri Western State last night. So there's a lot of big games last night. It was a lot of fun in high school and college football.
Isaiah Harris, Millard South grad, right?
Yes, very good. Yes, and former Husker himself as well. Yes.
Yeah, I would say I remember calling games for like Millard South games, and he was a good running back. Okay. On that note, high school stuff. It's big night tonight. Obviously, the big one. Outside of the Millard South matchup, what are some that are kind of piquing your interest? You're a small town. Whatever the Western Nebraska bit that you have is.
It's not a bit, it's a lifestyle, Nick. How dare you?
You're that guy. And so what are ones that are kind of piquing your interest tonight?
Well, tonight I'm staying in Kearney because originally my plan was to go to Kearney Catholic and Ashland Greenwood. I'm very excited to see because in Class C1, I feel like that there isn't as much margin for error in the class in terms of the discrepancy between number 1 and truthfully number 9. I think that there is a lot of teams that can be realistically some of the Final Four teams that we're talking about when we get into the middle part of November. I wanted to see Ashland Greenwood and see how dominant they could be without some of their playmakers. Derek Tonjes, a quarterback and all-state caliber player, has graduated. He now plays basketball for Concordia, and they also had a couple of good receivers that have moved on from the program from graduation as well. Obviously, Barrett Kittrell is going to be great, but they kind of reversed their roles. Last year, they were high-flying, high-scoring. I wonder if they might just go a little bit more smash mouth with their more senior offensive line and see how that works. Kearney Catholic only has 4 seniors on the roster, and they also had the lowest number of boys enrollment for Class C1, just moving up from Class C2 a year ago. So they have their work cut out for them, but I am always impressed by Rashawn Harvey's crew. I'm always impressed by their ability to kind of overcome really, really good and talented teams. And they've made back-to-back semifinals, and they're looking to make that next step. And I think they have a good enough roster to do it. It's about surviving the slog that is C1. So that's the one game I'm going to tonight. I'm very excited to be able to go see it.
Austin Jacobsen joining us here on the show, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. All right, let's talk Class A action. Everybody's hot topic of Millard North, Millard South tonight. I want to be careful about how I say this without coming across too harsh. Is there any shot for anybody in Class A besides West Side to contend with Millard South?
We'll find out tonight. That's the best answer I can give you. I was having this conversation with Ravi this morning just about how much of the maybe emotional maturity is needed to survive a contest like this, because there's a part of Millard South that is not just how talented they are, but that they are kind of the boogeyman, right? Like they are the 90-foot monster that's trudging through downtown Tokyo, and they are just going and rampaging all of Class A the past few years. And they did so with a historic and marquee season last year. The only difference is this year, they may be more high profile nationally. I don't know that they are a better team. That doesn't mean to say that they are not the cream of the crop in Class A, but that does mean that a lot of other teams can catch them. Notably Millard North. They have some of their own high horses that they can run with as well. Torrey Pittman, Matt Erickson, Akili Heath Moody is going to be from this metro that's going to likely be a high-end 4-star and be a very coveted recruit in the class of 29. And then you've got Kylan Haney, who's an excellent running back. I think that they do have some really good depth at linebacker, and I really like their defensive backfield as a whole. If they don't allow the lights to be too bright and for Trey Taylor to completely, gloss over the eyes and get starstruck because he's a 5-star quarterback, I think they can contend. But at the end of the day, you're playing the best quarterback in the country, and we've never seen someone like him ever in the state of Nebraska, not to his caliber, not to his level. I think it's a fascinating matchup, but you're right. It's an uphill battle, and you're going to have a lot of things go your way. You don't have to play perfect, but you definitely need some things to go your way, and you need Millard South to make some mistakes to stay in it.
Austin is so unique, man, where it's like this Millard South team, I pull up their schedule from last year. I mean, you and I were pretty intertwined with it and just the high school landscape last year. And it's like, gosh, you look at the scores, and it's 65-72, 70-7 against Millard North, 77-0, 58-3, like 84-0. These are, like you mentioned, historic numbers that they are putting up. And it's this mix of like, all right, we got to figure out a way to handle this, but also, my goodness, this is absurd. Like we want this to keep on going because it's so fascinating to watch, because who knows what Nebraska high school football looks like in 5 years. And if there's going to be a team that's capable of putting up 48 plus a week.
Yeah. What's interesting about that, just the whole conversation, is that we kind of moved on from, there's this lack of competitive balance that's across high school football and all that sort of stuff too. I would make the argument that, yes, you're always going to have great teams. That always happens. There were, in terms of how you describe a blowout, Mike Sauter was talking about this morning too as well, that in terms of how you describe a blowout, there were more games last night, and there will be plenty of games tonight that will be games that are out of reach by 24 or more points, more than there will be games of 1 score or 10 points or less. And that's just how it goes. There will always be competitive imbalance in high school sports. That's just the nature of high school sports in general. And I understand that the conversation and the argument and everything that's Millard South. What's so fascinating about this conversation, though, Nick, is that I have made this point before. You can't judge it back, and you can't really hindsight this. It's just kind of how I feel about it. If Trey Taylor and Tay Ellis were like, hey, you know what? We're moving to Omaha because we want to win a Nebraska high school state championship, but we're actually committed to Iowa. And so we're just going to rub it in your faces a little bit more. People would have a really big problem with it in multiple ways. That was kind of what happened with Millard South last year, is that they had guys that were going to all these different schools, but because they weren't Huskers, I think we wanted to feel like they are kind of the big bad boogeyman. Rather than this year, a lot of people are going to be wearing red at Millard South Patriot games, and I don't think it's because they're supporting Millard South. I think it's because they're excited for what the future of Nebraska football could look like.
That's a great point, and frankly, I did not think about. I mean, that's really, 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 really good. I mean, you're right. My wheels are turning now. That's why I'm kind of stuttering here. Just because I do think like this is good for people. Like we are having people on our YouTube and our text line talking about it already. Like, people are going to hate this comment that I'm about to say. It's good for high school football in the state of Nebraska because guess what? There's going to be a lot of casual non-Millard South, non-Millard North fans at the stadium tonight. And everywhere that Millard South goes, there are going to be people that follow. And if Millard South gets to where we probably expect them to get to, and that's, in Memorial Stadium in late November, guess what? We're probably going to see an attendance at the Class A state championship game, as long as it's not frigid like it feels like it always is. Like, we're probably going to see a larger attendance at that game because of the names and the high profiles that are surrounding the game. And while, sure, right, maybe little Johnny over at school X is getting the brakes beat off of him because they're just not very good, it's still good for the game because ultimately this is hopefully going to draw more people to the stadiums. Like there's a lot of trickle and ripple down effects that work with it.
Yeah, I think I won't agree with you fully that it's good for the game. Sure. But I will agree with you that it's good for the state of Nebraska and putting a spotlight on it. Of nothing else,
maybe that's better.
My priority list, whenever it comes to how I feel about some of these sort of things, is I, being from the Panhandle, going to UNK, now living in Omaha, currently in a basement in Kearney. It's one of those things that Nebraska is my highest priority. Yeah. And I always believe that the University of Nebraska's football team is the number one signal. It's our Batman searchlight. It's the one thing that puts our state on the biggest map that we possibly can. Everything else that comes with that is gravy, right? If the football team's not good, that's not a good thing for the state of Nebraska because it just means that people can, make all this backhanded comments. There's nothing else to do. That's why they do all that sort of stuff, right? That's why volleyball is so important in the state. That's why high school football last year, I was one of the few, and I know that this is Mike is excellent in chat. I do like Mike, but me and him differ on this opinion. Millard South was good for the state of Nebraska last year because it opened a conversation nationally on Nebraska as a state to put more eyeballs on the talent that is within this state's borders that it desperately needed to have for such a long time. Zane Flores was an excellent quarterback. Jet Tamala was an even better quarterback. He's going to Alabama. That elevates future talent because some kid that was playing Millard South or was on Millard South, which happened many times, that was there to be recruited by an Alabama or another school that was checking out the quarterback or a Marion Jackson at Iowa State or any of these other schools. They got trickle-down offers because they say, well, that backup running back is really good. Yeah. Let's get him to Illinois. Nelson Wheeler, who moves from Grand Island to Millard South. Controversial, I understand, but he is now a Division I football player. I'm always pro-kid. I'm always pro-Nebraska, and it's very, very tough. And I understand there's a lot of feelings that come into this conversation, but in terms of the high school sport, I do disagree a little bit with where you were there, but if you replace it with this benefits the state of Nebraska and elevating the profile of the future of the sport, I can be pro for that.
Yeah, I think maybe I misspoke certainly on that part of it because as you were talking, I realized I kind of fall in your lane a lot more than I did initially in mine. I just here's the thing, like and Theo on the stream or on the streams, NSAA pays the media worst take of all time. The worst take of all time, I think, was in response to what I said. And I'm not going to backpedal on kind of my thought, but ultimately, I do think that there are multiple avenues you can take, and you can look at this and I think it's okay to like in the world we don't agree to disagree anymore, and I think it's okay for us to sit here and like I'll be the first one to say it of like I can see both sides. I get it that maybe LPS and maybe the schools like Lincoln Southeast and Southwest, and those are just the first two that I came to my mind. It's not like I'm pointing those out specifically. It's just I get that they might be frustrated, right? And I understand this whole, how are you supposed to truly coach a team when you're down by 7 touchdowns? Like, I get that. But then also there's a level of disrespect to stop playing the game just because you're better at somebody. Like you're better than somebody. Like it's a disservice to the team at Millard South in this case. If Coach Mendenhall was straight up like, all right, we're up by 4 touchdowns now. Let's throw in all of our backups here in the second quarter. Let's go away from our offense. Let's go away from everything we're working on in practice. That's just as big of a disservice to those guys. So you're never going to please both sides of the aisle. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of feelings and opinions, and I get that. And I guess this is not me trying to be sports radio man, neutral ground, not piss off anybody because I really don't care. It's more of I get both sides of the argument that, hey, this is good because there's going to be standing room only at every single Millard South game this year. So that is going to grow the high school the Nebraska high school football fandom. Is it good for every player that Millard South is going to go up against? I understand where the argument is on that.
Yeah, and listen, I wish Millard South would play all road games. I wish that they would travel to Lincoln. I wish that they weren't playing at Buell, because imagine we had drone shots of every single car that was lined up around outside Siemens Stadium at Omaha Central. Imagine that they're playing at Seacrest Field and every single body is lined up all the way down on all the streets that surround Lincoln East High School. I think that these are great things, and you're completely right. The emotions of high school football and how we feel the sanctity of high school football is something I truly believe in. I don't want that taken away. That's one reason why I love the 8-man classes, the 6-man classes, the Class C2s and C1s. But in A and B, it's just a completely different conversation because of the different level of athlete, because we're in a different type of generation of high school football, and frankly, because we're in a completely different landscape of college football. All this is so different. I don't know that this would have happened back in the day, that anyone from Texas who is committed to Nebraska would have flown up. Imagine even if we don't even make it some black and white narrative that was from the 1970s or 80s. Let's say Rex Burkhead from Plano, Texas moves up to Nebraska and he said, I want to go play at Lincoln Southeast and I'm going to be the running back there because I'm committed to Nebraska for my senior season. People would have had a lot of thoughts and opinions on that. And that would have been 2008. So yeah, I think it's one of those that you're absolutely right. There's going to be sides of the aisle, and it's almost going to be more of a grocery store, because I think we're going to have very, very many different sections of how people feel. At the end of the day, though, I think we can all agree it's good that football is back. It's better to leave these conversations here, because once they start playing the games on Friday nights, and especially for tonight, the Millard South, hopefully we'll get to see some tests. And here's the other part too. Millard South wants to play big games. They want to play in good games. You said it perfectly. They don't want to play 84-0 games. That's just what happened a year ago. They want to play in the biggest of games, and they want their games to matter. And with Trey Taylor there, listen, that guy wants to win, and he wants to play the state's best. And I think he's very excited to be able to prove that here in the state of Nebraska.
And what if Millard North shocked the world tonight?
What if listen, I'll tell you, there's a path, and it starts with something that is unknown for Millard South. And those are two things: how well they developed their trenches on the offensive defensive lines, and how much that experience gained from playing in blowout games a year ago for those second and third level players on their defense, especially. That was historic. As good as the offense was a year ago, their defense only gave up 5 points per game. That is unheard of. You can't score 5 points in a game more often than not. Like, it's almost impossible to do. They had more shutouts than they gave up touchdowns. And when you look at how that next level and the next wave of Patriots is able to kind of play up, if they're not ready for this next step up and Millard North comes out swinging early, we could get into a very exciting shootout. And again, Trey Taylor is a very, very good quarterback. There's a lot of good defensive backs on the opposite side too for Millard North.
Austin, appreciate it as always. It's good to see you. And who knows when the next time I'll see you is, but when we do, we can talk about those keepsakes.
I know. I won't see you at state basketball. Well, maybe I will. Hopefully I do. So I
would imagine have you and Sauter save a seat for me. I might just wander on down there anyway. I don't know. We'll see.
Listen, if you start working with us, I'm going to throw a phone in your hand. You're going to have to start recording vertically so you can join my side. Join my side of the vertical.
I don't know. I am this like free agent, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a free agent full time. I'm a free agent fill-in, I guess. So here we are.
That's fair. Hey, man, it's super fun. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your week.
Yeah.
Go Huskers.
There he is, Austin Jacobsen. See you later. All right, there he goes. Appreciate Austin joining as always. We're a little bit over on time. Sorry, Josh. Sorry,
you're all good.
Either way, when we come back, it is balls time. MLB, Major League Baseball segment. We dive into it. How about this for a headline and a teaser? Hey, Major League Baseball, it's okay if Shohei Ohtani is not the MVP. We talk about that a little bit deeper when we come back on 1620 The Zone. balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody. Balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody.
I love how tired he gets during the middle of that.
Who is that?
That's Matt.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't know if you could pay me enough to record something as stupid as that. I mean, it's great for this intro.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine myself willingly walking into like a recording studio and saying balls 50 times to the tune of shots. Anyway.
It's got gassed out.
It is. You did get tired of saying balls. Anyway. Great show. It's been a lot of fun, Josh. Hopefully it's been, semi-painless for you.
Oh yeah. I haven't had to do anything.
Okay. I'm sorry if I haven't talked to you enough.
No, this is great.
Okay.
This is about normal.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, thanks to everybody listening. Appreciate Brian Christopherson joining earlier in the show, Austin Jacobsen just a few moments ago, Jalen Reyes, an impromptu late notice interview add to the lineup in the final segment of the noon hour as well. If you missed any of that, feel free to check it out on the podcast page. Remind me the website there, 1620thezone.com.
That's right.
Thank you. 1620thezone.com. We have kind of fallen off in the quest to top the amount of callers we have and break the record. So I think that dream is dead, unfortunately, because we are going to talk Major League Baseball in this segment before we kind of wrap it up in the next segment. I guess, do we do a crossover?
Yeah, you will do a crossover.
Okay. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with the two guys in the afternoon.
Well,
so
what
today,
a perfect time.
Today is the day. Either way, 402-951-1620. Didn't even have to look at it. I've said it so often that we just remembered it.
Nailed it.
951-1620. Major League Baseball conversation. I want to get with this. I was reading an article from The Athletic yesterday, and it's from Jim Bowden. He wrote it yesterday morning, and it was headlined Early Predictions for MLB Postseason Awards. Who's going to win the MVP award, the Cy Young award? And I wanted to bring this up because I'm going to try to leave my Chicago Cubs fandom at the door in this conversation, but I want to make a public service announcement that, and it's to Major League Baseball. As much as I respect and love and frankly am infatuated with what Shohei Ohtani can do, it is okay for us to sit here and say that Major League Baseball will still be in a good spot if he doesn't win the MVP. It will be okay. It'll be okay if the Los Angeles Dodgers don't win the World Series. Frankly, it'd probably be better for baseball if they don't win the World Series. Because as we go into what we expect a lockout in 2027, right? You have a guy who, in Pete Crow Armstrong, and this is unfortunate. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have told people I'm a Cubs fan because it's going to sound biased, but I don't mean this biased. Just statistically is the best player in the game right now. He already has a 30-30 season. A 40-40 season is not out of the realm of possibility for this guy. And he would be the first center fielder, and I can't remember, I want to say of all time, to have a 40-40. If it's not of all time, I should look this up. 40-40 center fielders. If it's in a very long time, center fielders, if I can spell it correctly. 40-40 club center fielder. No primary center fielder has ever in Major League Baseball has ever finished a full season with 40 home runs and 40 stolen bases. There you go. You have a guy that is almost on the doorstep of doing this, to be the first in Major League Baseball history. And what is the narrative of the conversation around the baseball writers? Oh, if Shohei Ohtani comes back, he's right there. No, he's not. No, he is not. Shohei Ohtani is spectacular. But to have this mindset that like Shohei Ohtani is he's going to eventually turn into a full-time DH. That's just what it is. And that's fine. You can be in that lane and be an MVP candidate. And I'm not saying that next year Shohei Ohtani won't contend for most valuable player. I'm not saying that Shohei shouldn't have won it last year. Like that's not me going back on any of this and criticizing the league. My take is that when you have a clear, in my opinion, difference and clear as Shohei has missed time this season, PCA has not. Shohei has been injured. Shohei cannot pitch right now. When you have that, and yet you still continuously choose to feed these narratives that Shohei Ohtani it'd be better for baseball if Shohei Ohtani wins it again. I'm just not behind it. I'm not behind it. And I love Shohei Ohtani, and I never expected that I'd have to get behind a microphone and basically criticize Major League Baseball, Josh, for Shohei Ohtani slander.
He's very good. If I was a voter, I'd vote PCA, and I'm neither a Cubs nor a Dodgers fan.
I just think, yeah, like I think like guys like Ronald Acuna. I mean, like that's one of your guys. It's one of your boys.
Only member of the 40-70 club.
That's right. That's just my thought, is ultimately when you have an exceptional athlete, highlight him. And sure, Major League Baseball has got their issues, lockouts come in, right? And all this and so on and so forth. And, you know, should there be a salary floor? Should there be a salary cap? We could talk about that for another 4-hour show. And we're not doing that.
We're not doing another 4-hour show.
No, thankfully not.
Okay.
But either way, like at the end of the day, and this goes across all sports. Like this is not just a Major League Baseball issue. Like, yes, it is truly fascinating the way that fascinating might be the wrong word. It's truly something to talk about the way that the Dodgers have structured their roster and all the deferred money and all of the details that go on with it. And the Shohei Ohtani agreement where they've already made back a large chunk, if not all of the contract because of their marketing in Japan and the Japanese marketing dollars. And that is great to grow the game. And the game is, frankly, from a marketing standpoint, needed a complete revamp. But it's okay also to sit back and say, yeah, you know what? If Shohei Ohtani would stay healthy, yeah, he's right up there with Pete. But right now, we have a generational talent that is 24 years old, and he's playing as the best player in the game.
You talked about it in the last segment with Austin. It applies here as well. Dynasties and villains are good for a sport that needs traction and publicity and things like that.
Yeah. Like we talk, we were having a volleyball conversation earlier, and somebody, I was scrolling back through since unfortunately, and I apologize to our YouTube folks that I forgot about them for the first 3 hours of the show or so.
They're okay. They're animals.
Yeah, I know they're animals. Anyway,
the best kind.
I did see this. How about this? Nick is the best fill-in that this time slot's had.
Whoa.
That's notable.
Shots fired at Austin and Michael.
Either way, I'm just messing. I like to ruffle feathers. No, but like you need rivalries. You need rivalries. And like the Dodgers are the villain, and you have a chance as writers of baseball and so on and everything there. You have a chance to say, hey, you know what? I could take the low-hanging fruit and just be like, man, I wish Shohei Ohtani could win another MVP. Or you could actually stand 10 toes down and talk about who is Pete Crow Armstrong, who, guess what, is one of the best hitters in the game right now statistically. His chase rate, if we want to get into the analytics, is severely better than, very better. Much better. Let's try that again. Much better than it was when he was starting out his career. And he's the best defensive center fielder and probably the best defender in the game right now. And for all the baseball purists like myself, frankly, that's like, man, I want a guy that does all the little things. I want a guy that runs the bases well, that can sacrifice at bats. He's there. He's there. So there you go. Balls. There's the segment. Do you have any baseball takes?
I was just going to talk about the Braves sweeping the Dodgers this week. And
nice.
Chris Sale's incredible performance last night.
I'm sorry that I did not include. I didn't know how this went.
It's okay. Usually I do good, bad, and the ugly, but I don't care. I'll go wherever you want to go.
Well, do you want to do good, bad, and the ugly? Do we have time?
Let me do it very quick. I'll do an
Okay.
abbreviated version.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Complete game shutout from Chris Sale last night as the Braves sweep the Dodgers. Dodgers with the longest losing streak in the National League right now, by the way. All 3 games decided by 1 run. Let me highlight Chris Sale's performance. A shutout with 10 or more strikeouts and no walks. A shutout and a 1-0 win. A shutout against back-to-back defending champions. A shutout with 3 former MVPs in the opposing lineup. A shutout with the reigning World Series MVP as the opposing starting pitcher. Nobody else in Major League Baseball history has achieved all of those feats in their entire career. Chris Sale did them all last night.
That's
also,
special.
did you see Cags murder that baseball?
I've seen Cags murder baseballs for a long time. I was down in Oklahoma State for the regional that Nebraska played Florida in, and that dude mashes baseballs. It's unreal, especially at a wiffle ball field that is in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Up 11-2 last night in the 9th inning, the Blue Jays trotted out a position player to pitch because why the hell not? He threw a 39-mile-an-hour lob job, and Cags sent it packing.
Cags is so good, and he's so fun to watch, and he's easy to cheer for because he's just this tall, big Italian man that doesn't do anything wrong. He's not super loud. He's not verbal. He's not he doesn't showboat. Like, he's just good for the game because he fits so well in Kansas City because they need that dude, right? Like, they need a guy that's really, really really good for the game. He mashes baseballs, so they give him highlights. You have Bobby Witt, you have Cags, and then the rest of the AAA roster that they have that they've taken from Omaha, and the Royals are somehow not out of the playoffs just yet. So there you have it. All right, once again, one final segment with this, and it's 951-1620 is the place for you to go to let us know. You can always reach out to me individually on Twitter, Nick_Senhert there. Appreciate Josh for all his help today. We wrap up our portion of the show when we return on Middays with Matt. Nick Senhert filling in with Matt McMaster here. back in one final time on Middays with Matt before we hand things off to the afternoon crew. 402-951-1620. Nick Senhert filling in for Matt McMaster. We'll see if Matt invites me back. He might not be the most thrilled that I was trying to break his record for calls, but don't worry, Matt. We did not end up doing it. We have not heard from Bill yet, though, on what he's doing on Saturday. He told us that he was going to call in 2 more times, but we know that he's golfing on Sunday at Indian Creek, and then he's going to rest the rest of the Sunday. But we do not know what Bill's doing on Saturday, so that's okay, though, Bill. Hope you have a great weekend. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Speaking of weekends, Josh, what should we watch?
Well, college football back on our TVs a little bit last night. Got a little taste, but the real thing is in our systems tomorrow, 11 a.m. ESPN, North Carolina against TCU in the Aer Lingus Classic. What could go right?
I heard Shafe talking about it this morning, Josh, that there's always one team. Whoever loses the Aer Lingus game, they always have a disastrous season. It would match up well that Bill Belichick's season this year is going to be disastrous. It's funny the narrative around TCU. People aren't mad. They like TCU this year, and that's with them losing Josh Hoover, their quarterback, to Indiana. So we'll see. Sonny Dykes, though, out there at TCU. I'm going Horned Frogs in that one.
Definitely. I think it's the only play right now.
And Steve Belichick's not going to be coaching.
Right. We'll rattle off some other games, not all of them, but some interesting ones. Number 14, USC hosts San Jose State, 2 o'clock on NBC. Jacksonville State takes on North Dakota State up in the Fargo Dome, 4:30 on CBS Sports Network, their first game as a member of the Mountain West Conference. Memphis and UNLV, 9 o'clock tomorrow on Big Fox. If you want to come out, no Husker game tomorrow, you can come out to Titan Stadium in Council Bluffs for number 1 Iowa Western. They host Highland at 1 o'clock. Free tailgate before the game. Have some food, have some beverages. We'll take good care of you down there. NFL preseason wrapping up this weekend. I don't want to talk about the Commanders, but it is on TV tonight. Bengals, Eagles tonight on CBS. Vikings, Broncos. That'll probably be on 7 different local channels. 8 o'clock tonight on NFL Network. Lions, Colts, noon tomorrow on NFL Network. And my Titans host Matt's Bears, 5 o'clock tomorrow night on NFL Network. I'm sure we'll have a full breakdown on Monday. Baseball, the Sox play the Yankees, so it'll be on every single network possible this weekend. Apple tonight, MLB Network tomorrow for game 1 of their doubleheader. Big Fox Saturday night for game 2 of their doubleheader. Sunday doesn't seem to be on national TV, surprisingly. Mariners, Blue Jays tonight on Apple. Marlins, Nationals on Peacock Sunday morning. Hello. I don't know why.
That's great.
Astros, Mets, 2 o'clock Sunday on NBC. They get an extra one because they didn't have one last week, I guess. Reds, Cubs, Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. Little League World Series wraps up this weekend in Williamsport. Japan and Curacao in your international championship game, 11:30 tomorrow morning, followed by Ohio and Nevada in the U.S. championship. The winners meet each other 2 o'clock Sunday. All those games on ABC. Big volleyball weekend ahead of us. The volleyball showcase at the Pentagon. Number 9 Purdue takes on number 13 Creighton. 6 o'clock tonight on Big Fox. Then Creighton back at it tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock. On FS1, they'll be taking on 14th ranked Minnesota, and the Players Era Festival taking place in Vegas. Number 1 Nebraska against UNLV, 7 o'clock tomorrow night on FS1, 2:30 Sunday on Big Fox for number 1 Nebraska versus number 2 Texas.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Nick.
It was an absolute pleasure to be here with everybody today. Once again, if you missed any of the show, you can check it out on 1620thezone.com. On the radio replay, guests lined up. It was good. Brian Christopherson. Earlier in the show, we had Jalen Reyes, Nebraska Volleyball Associate Head Coach, join us around 12:45 or so. Austin Jacobsen. We had a little What's in the Box with Austin in his parents' basement in Kearney. It was a good time there. Josh, an absolute pleasure as always, and look forward to hopefully being able to do this in the future whenever Matt McMaster decides to take another leave of absence. Matt is back on Monday. He just wanted a day off before he had to buckle up for the football season. We get you ready for the afternoon crew when we come back here. This has been Middays with Matt. Nick Senhert filling in. We will talk to you soon.